1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us are required to do this for certain. So 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The contest begins. There we go.
Hello, we're here at the 39th ACM International Collegiate Programming Contest Annual World Finals that's sponsored by IBM, hosted this year in Marrakesh, Morocco by Mohammed V University, the Al Huwayn University, the Mundiapolis University, and the Moroccan ICM. Here with me, our correspondent, Charles Neville. He'll help me interview people today throughout the contest, so we can get some inside information about how contests are organized, what people do. The contest has just started and will last for 5 hours. We'll soon get you back to the floor to see what's going on. And you know, Charles, you've been here for how many years?
Well, this is my 3rd year, so it's a great contest to be involved in. It's a lot of fun to see, and just when the contest started and we saw the faces of the students getting into the problems, getting into the questions and thinking what they're going to do. So we'll see how it goes this year.
Thank you very much. Let's get back to the contest floor. The teams at the beginning of the contest, the teams has received the problem set in the envelope, so they're opening the envelopes, and they are, as you can see, starting to read the problems, and their goal is to figure out which problem is the easiest one. You see there some people already started staring at the screen typing something. It means that we have some pretty easy problems this year that's very easy to solve. You can see on the right hand side of your screen that's the countdown that shows how much time on the contest has passed, so that's 3 minutes 45 seconds. Now on the left hand side of the screen, when you see a team screen, you see the letters from A to M, which means that there are 13 problems this year in the contest. At the bottom hand of your screen, you can see the team name that we're showing to you at any moment of time, and on the left we'll be showing how many, which problems they already solved, what or submitted solution for. And the main task for the contestants right now is to find out what easiest problem, start coding it. You see some teams are still thinking, some teams started coding. It depends. There are 3 contestants in the team. They have 1 computer, and 13 problem is a big number. So when they opened the envelope 4 minutes ago, they had to split the 13 problem among them, quickly scan them in order to figure out what to start with, make snap decision on which problem they're going to write, and assign some contestants to write the code. You can, if you want to see the particular team, follow us on ICPC Live Twitter and use ICPC Live hashtag. Show your favorite team that you are cheering for right now, watching our broadcast, and we'll be, as requests come in, we'll be showing you what's going on.
Rahman, how many of the teams would be actually writing code for a problem, and how many of them at this stage are just writing utility code?
It really depends on the team. Different teams have different strategies for that purpose. Some teams have lots of boilerplate code, so they would, the first contestant go in and writes his boilerplate code, while the other 2 read the code. Others team don't use boilerplate code, so all 3 of them start reading, and so they identify the problem, they start coding that one. So there's really no the best strategy in the contest. Each team has their own one, and it does depend on the strength of particular contestants, because there's 3 people and they have to work on a team. That's what's very important about this contest, this teamwork.
Yeah, we look at the teams, and you can see some of them, they're just sitting and reading. So some of them want to hurry up and make progress. Some of them are obviously planning carefully and thinking about the problems before they start attacking one of them.
Yeah, that's the strategy is really different. So we can see from our analysis that several teams have started to write the code for problem A, which means that probably problem A is the easiest one. Teams would naturally, like one person will start from the start, the other from the end. So if A is easy, that means they will be able to do it really quickly. And we see that there is first solutions come into the tenses. We see several teams almost at the same time started to get their first problem accepted. That's 6-7 minutes into the contest. You see how easy that was. So
that's
they just read it. That's pretty quick compared to last contest. In last contest, it took just 17 minutes for first submission. This year we have it at actually 5 minutes. Peking University was the first team to solve problem A. Here we see them. They did it in just 5 minutes. And we see Carnegie Mellon, Tsinghua, University of Indianapolis, Fudan, Georgia, University of South Dakota. They all went at 6-minute mark. So here we see scoreboard because the penalty time is being counted for each minute.
Yes.
That when you submitted the problem. We can see on the scoreboard that Carnegie Mellon, Peking and Fudan and Peking are taking first place because they have less penalty time, which is rounded to minutes. Even though Peking, in my log, was slightly faster, it doesn't really matter for these purposes of scoring. So minutes count.
At the moment, they're first because Carnegie comes before Peking in the alphabet.
Yeah, that's the only reason. But you can see on the left on our scoreboard, they both are in first place. Yeah. That's how the ranking of the country. First, teams are ranking by the number of problems they solve, and secondly, they are ranked by the number of minutes that's totaled among all the problems. So those teams who now solve the easy problem will now have to look and code for the second problem, which might be way harder than the first.
Yeah, but there's also the glory of being the first to solve a single problem.
Of course, and the team that solves solves the first problem, in this case Peking University, is given the special treatment. They get the special first to solve problem A bragging rights and a special type of balloon. What we will see during the contest, as you can see around the contest floor, there are balloons hanging at the back of the contest floor. So there's a team of runners who take those balloons and bring them to the teams. And so when you look at the contest floor, when the contest unfurls, and we still have almost all 5 hours to go, they would bring the balloons and hand each color balloon.
It starts to look like a much more colorful place when all the balloons are floating up above each desk, because people get 1, 3, 5.
Yeah, but at the end of the contest, it does look more colorful, and as you can see, because of 13 problems this year, I mean, there will be probably a lot of balloons.
How many do you think people are going to solve? We haven't seen the problems yet, but how many problems do you think people are actually going to get? The top teams?
We have no idea.
13 or?
We see the problem is
what's your guess?
I can't guess. I don't even know the problem. Judges know the problem. We'll have judges coming into our studio. So we planned for a spot for judges to come in the studio later, and they will actually explain the process that went behind, picking problems and why they selected how hard or easy we think those problems are. And its problems are kept in strict secret. Like even we, the live team, we have not known the problems before the start of the contest. It's really like judges, really close-knit team. And you see but the whole event is, so we see right now is a culmination of event. The whole contest actually the whole event was 5 days before. So we had a great, treatment here by our host, by our hosts. We have a bunch of hosts this year, which invited contestants to come here 5 days ago. They had a nice, arrival resort day. And let's see how it's all started, how teams were flown in, invited by our host. Let's get to the video.
just about done here for day one of the 2015 ACM ICPC World Finals here in Marrakesh, Morocco. While teams were arriving from all over the world, staff and volunteers put the finishing touches on preparation for the contest systems and judging. Teams who arrived early were able to visit the exciting old city of Morocco, as everyone got registered and enjoyed a welcome reception from ACM ICPC sponsor IBM. Tomorrow is the day for all the teams to enjoy the resort and see what Marrakesh has to offer as we prepare for Wednesday's main event. Follow the 2015 World Finals at icpcnews.com and be sure to check out my ICPC.
so he can give us insight look and how the problems were actually prepared. And so why do we have 13 problems this year?
Well, it's just, we want to make sure that there are enough problems that people are busy, but not too many problems that there are, that the teams can shy away from the hard problems. I mean, I think we made that mistake in the past. We thought we made the contest hard by putting more problems in, but then there were just enough medium, level problems to teams to work on, so they could ignore the hard ones. So the number we have now is sort of one that we've just sort of evolved into this amount. That seems, given the level of teams now, this seems about the right number. If we have the right number of hard problems, 13 seems to be about right.
So now we have problem A that's 3 teams actually solve them in 5 minutes.
Right.
So Igor, when they see so how you can do it in 5 minutes? Can you explain, from reading to actually writing the code?
Well, the problem is quite easy to implement. So there's no problems in here. You can write it in 1 minute basically. So the only problem is to find it. But as it's this problem A, it's the first problem, it's natural to start reading from the start. When you descend the problem statement, and you can see that what you need to do, you just sit and solve it in 1 or 2 minutes.
I see. Yeah, we get information from an analyst that the Peking University, who was the first to solve, they actually solved in less than 5 lines of code, excluding their boilerplate code.
Yeah.
Actually, they say less than 10 lines of code. So that's really easy problem. But how selection? How does it work? How you select the problem set for the contest?
Okay. So the former director of judging, Dick Reinwald, he was here for years and years. He sends out a call for problems in late June, typically. There's a huge list of people who have said they're interested. The problems come in. In order to submit, you have to submit at least 2 problems and solutions and test data and stuff like that. And then a subgroup of the judges, myself, Joe Perry, who's director of judging now, Stanley Weilman, who's been here since the beginning of time, and Per Ostrin and Dick, we'll read through all the problem submissions, rank them personally, then we combine all of these things together, and then we start picking, right? So usually there's a set of maybe 5 or 6 that we all like, so they're in. And then there's the next set, maybe 10, 15, and then we start, back and forth. And that's when we start saying, okay, what types of problems are we missing? That's one more reason to pick this one over that one. How hard are these problems? We probably need a harder problem, or maybe we need an easy problem in there, and so on and so forth. So we'll go back and forth for about a week or so, come up with this list, and we usually come up with about 15 problems. We'll bring 15 problems here, and then when all the judges are together, then we'll winnow them down typically. For example, we had 2 problems that were sort of similar in their approach, so we knew one was going to go. It was just a matter of which one.
I see.
So we got down to 15 to 13 here.
Yeah, so, but we have a nice game for you here. It's not about whether you like the problems or not,
Right.
but what's your opinion on how problems are hard or easy. So we prepared a board for you.
Okay.
So basically, and there's the stickers for each problems you see, because we didn't know how many problems is there, so we'll have to, hurry up to prepare some more stickers for you. So, and you'll have to estimate, I mean, the A is spoiled right now. We all know it was solved under 10 minutes.
Right, it was meant to be the easy
Yeah,
problem,
so estimate what you think about, what's your opinion? Is it easy, medium, hard, or hardcore?
Right.
And how many teams you estimate will solve the problem? That's hard. So it's easy, but do you know whether all the teams solve it or not?
Right.
So let's start with the easy one.
Okay. Well, A is obvious. Okay.
So what do you think? It's easy, but do you think almost everybody, more than 100 teams, solve it?
We hope so.
Okay.
I mean, that's the problem last year's contest, as you know, was very hard, and a lot of teams got nothing. So we wanted to make sure there was a problem.
Okay, so let's, what's your next favorite problem? Here's your several problem set. So yeah, you don't remember them by letter, so.
Yeah, probably.
Igor brought us.
Where is it? Probably ship traffic, maybe.
And by the way, the note to our viewers that a problem statement should have already been posted online, right?
Yes.
So anybody can go to myicpc.icpcnews.com.
I think it is on ICPC Baylor Edu.
Or ICPC. Go to icpc.baylor.edu if you want to read the problem statements that we're discussing right now.
Right.
So
I think I would put I in this category too.
So you think
closer to 100 than 128.
Okay,
yeah,
so what's next?
Maybe cutting the cheese. I still think is sort of easy, but you need to know a little. You got to do a little math.
I think the cheese is D actually.
It used to be. That's right. It used to be. Thank you.
Okay, so that's D. Okay.
Okay. So thank you.
Okay. What else?
Yeah. You want to help out here with me? Okay. I mean, unless you're going to be doing it too.
No.
Evolution
just
in parallel, probably. Let's see here. This is not that bad. I would put evolution in parallel as a medium, I think. 50 to 100. Okay. I know what some of the hard ones are. Okay, I can work backwards, right?
Even though you estimated this problem is easy, no other team has solved them yet. So we only have solution by problem A so far.
Lots of time. Lots of time. Okay. Asteroids is hard, so that's going to be
like super hard.
Well, I don't know if we have a super hard. I don't think I'm going to put anything in hard.
Okay, so nothing super hard this year.
I don't think so. Asteroids. Let's put here. Okay. Let me go through A, B.
C.
What's C?
It's one with
Catering. That's going to be a medium. I have 50. Let's put 10 to 50 on that.
I think Moscow State University are already writing this problem.
Oh, they? Okay. I don't know how many teams will get that. I mean, it's a min cost, max flow. I don't know how many teams are going to.
Yeah, I mean, but by the way, do you take into account when you prepare problems? Do you take into account who's going to compete, like what teams? Do it somehow plays any role into problem selection?
Not really. I mean, no, we don't take that into account at all. There's no discussion of what teams are here or anything like that when we put together problem sets. More so, I'm the head judge in my region too, so maybe a little bit more. We went with Waterloo and Carnegie Mellon in our region, so we want problems to challenge them specifically. But we don't speak about specific teams here. We want problems to challenge the best teams, whether they're from, Russia, China, wherever. So.
I see.
Okay. What's F?
What's next?
Yeah, I know. I should probably have these memorized here. Keyboarding. Keyboarding. I think this might be hard, but not hard. Okay. You can't put any up here, right? I mean, that's ridiculous, so I'm going to do that here. I think, and again, this is from discussions with most of our judges, I think pipe stream will probably be the one that might
here we have
the hardest.
Breaking news. The problem F was.
Okay, so I'm going to put F.
No,
okay.
it's not problem F. It was problem F and problem C. So problem F was just solved by the.
So much for my thing.
Yeah, by University of Technology and University of Buenos Aires first of all problem F.
Okay,
we see them working. Actually, we have not seen it on the screen, but problem C is already solved. Tsinghua University was to solve the first to solve problem C. Okay. And Princeton just solved problem D.
Okay. Okay, I got D right. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Connet again is I'll put that in the. I'll put that here, I guess. Okay. You're not going to hold me to any of this, right?
Of course we will.
Are you going to have me back on at the end of the show?
Of course.
Tile cutting.
We see Tsinghua, their reaction of their first problem.
Okay, sure.
They don't seem to show emotion. Well, it seems like it was quite easy to get.
Yeah, okay.
And they start, you see, they immediately take off to the next problem.
Good for them. Okay, okay. Hopefully they're working on one of those that I picked here. Tile cutting is probably going to be, I'll put tile cutting here, I guess. Okay.
Yeah,
if you want to move any of these, feel free, okay?
That's your game, so.
Thanks a lot.
But what's hard about F, because we have a team that solved it at minute 30. What do you think is hard?
Well, We thought it was that we thought we had some tricky test cases in there, but
Doesn't seem so.
apparently not. Right, yeah. Maybe F. I should have put in medium. It's definitely not easy. I would never have put it
No,
as
it was.
easy.
Yeah, it was the second problem though.
Yeah.
They solved it.
You know, it was interesting this year when we were discussing problems. Usually there's a no-brainer. This is the killer problem. But this year, when our judges were talking about what was hard, for almost every problem in the hard range, there was one judge who said, I couldn't do it. You know, but it was a different problem for each judge, so it was very interesting. So we're hoping maybe that might, you know.
That's your hard problem being solved. They show no reaction out there.
Okay, yeah.
They're just sitting there.
Good for them. You know?
So they're, you see, that was their second problem. University is Tsukuba.
Okay.
So
Well,
that's what
I
leaves
can't
us.
move. I can't.
No,
change my-
that was
okay.
your.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
No cheating here.
I know. Okay. Tours is going to be that's a medium problem.
Yes, really.
Yeah, I think so. Don't you think?
Actually, on the analytics meetings, it was the hard. Nobody could
So
solve it.
Oh no! You're right. No. I'm mistaking that. No. You're right. No. I was thinking about our discussion with. You know what? Okay, it's hard. You're right. Yeah. In there.
Okay.
Okay.
So we have a bunch of team already solved.
Okay. Weather report. I think.
2 problems.
Okay. Can I just wait until someone solves a problem and then put one in? Weather report, I think, is going to be hard too. I think.
ITMO, by the way, right now working on problem F.
I think F. Okay, F. I was dead wrong. You know, what if I get confused? And window manager is just laborious more than anything else. I'll put that up here.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm dead wrong with F. We know that, but
Yeah.
we'll see what happens.
Well,
with
we'll
the
see
rest.
what happens and how
Okay.
this, you know, relates to the
I mean,
actual
do you
results.
agree that there's no hardcore, real killer problem this year?
I would actually put K there.
You wouldn't
but-
put K in there? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
But
Well,
let's see.
I hope you're right. You know.
We're 30 minutes into the contest. We still have, you know, 4.5 hours more to go, and we'll see. We'll see how it goes. So this year you don't. But do you think you had hardcore problems last year? Because last year,
Yes.
like
Well, you know-
seven problems were solved, right?
Right. 7 or 8. I can't remember what it was. Was it 7?
I believe 7. Maybe
Okay.
maybe 2 teams solved
I
8.
think there is 7 problems for the leader, but 8 problems
8 overall were solved.
Oh, 8 overall solved,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
leaders
but
solved just
you're right,
7
exactly right.
out of 11 last year. 12.
I think 12.
It was 12, yes.
It was
Yeah,
12.
right.
So does it mean that there were super hard problems this year and many medium problems?
There were some super hard problems last year, and one which surprised us. I remember there's one called baggage. It was used as the first practice problem this year, which fooled all the judges. No one thought it was hard. I mean, a killer, and I don't think any team solved it last year.
So that wasn't
So it's not just me getting this wrong. Sometimes it's you know we have a lot of judges now who used to be former contestants who are more keenly aware of what problems are hard for teams and what are others.
Yeah.
And none of them thought that they wouldn't call that one easy last year, but they didn't think it was going to be the stopper that it was.
We have some really strong teams this year. So let's see what teams are favorites. We think favorite and what's their contestants. So here we see.
Current leader, I believe, yes.
Yeah, Universidad de Buenos Aires, FCCN. There you see they were strongest team from Latin America.
No, not exactly. Actually, I believe that strongest team from South America is Universidad de São Paulo. So that's actually, this team finished third in the Latin America regional contest.
Can you please tell us about the stats that we see on the screen? About
Oh,
the teams?
you see. Oh.
We don't see it anymore.
What we saw.
Well,
Yes, you saw like the top quadrant Codiforce's rating for each team member. So if it's red, it's good.
Okay.
Okay. What else? We have one more problem D solution so far. They quickly changing places. I see that one contestant now jumps to the computer.
Right.
So he was likely preparing. So let's Princeton. Princeton was one of the teams this year who solved. Yeah, they're now on second place. Who were really fast to solve the first problem. They don't seem to be especially.
At least we couldn't find the data of the top coder and caddy forces handles. So they took first place in the Greater New York Regional.
Oh no! Here we have the stats on ITMO. That's the world finalist from the two years ago, and they get like in the red at the bottom screen. We see they get five times they won. The team of this university won the world finals out of 19 times they participated. So 10 golds, 1 silvers, 1 bronze out of those years. And what's the grade 5?
They won 5 super regions. Every time they was champions, they obviously won the Europe super region.
Right.
So let's see what we have up next.
Strongest teams.
So yes, you can see that besides that already on all 6 ratings, they won.
That's one of the other really strong teams, Tokyo. They are on 4th place right now, as far as I can see. But they have also have lots of red and lots of golds and medals in with them. As I see, really strong team.
Yes, they actually won 2 regionals this year in the Asia, because in Asia you need to participate in 2 regional contests. They are the only team in Asia this year who done that. And also Makoto, besides the achievements that listed there, Makoto also had 3 gold medals in the International Math Olympiad. So
I see. So the math seems to play a really important role for the team. Let's see. Let's see what teams we have next. We should. By the way, the Marrakesh team, that's the local team, just solved their first problem. Yeah, that's really great. That's that's where we're hosted right now here in Marrakesh. It's great. They were able to do it quickly, and
so what do we have? The top team still only has 2 problems solved. Is that?
So far, yeah, so far top team still 2 problems solved. We can also check out the Warsaw University. They are 6th right now, on 6th place with 2 problems solved. And as ITMO just solved problem D, which means they are getting to the first place. No. That's the reaction. That's replay from the reaction video. Sorry, they still have second place, and yeah, it seems like this word is completely out of D. No, D you guessed right. F,
right. I'm surprised. Well, I has I think a lot of just coding with it. I think a lot of teams will get it eventually.
So I see we have opened A. Lots of teams solved it. B not opened yet. C was solved by a couple of teams.
Okay.
D solved by 4.
Yeah.
I see that F, that you put here, was solved by 4 teams.
Right.
And actually, problem L was already solved by University of Warsaw.
L, really?
Yeah. So there 2 problems they solved was A and L. And so we have 10 teams in the lead with 2 problems solved. Here is the Warsaw University. I mean, they have really strong team this year. So you see they have people with red ratings and top quarter and code forces. Lots of IOI achievements. Good. And Moscow State, who is now at 8th place, also 2 problems solved. Now moved to 10, but also 2 problems A and C. This is also really strong showing.
Yes, I think that's the second favorite of this year, besides ITMO. So a lot of achievements, and they also won gold last year, losing last minute to St. Petersburg State University.
Right. Yeah.
It was like there's, I believe, 14-minute difference in their penalty time between Moscow State and ITMO last year.
It was less than 1 incorrect submission, yes.
Right.
Yeah, so I mean, it was really close. Do you know why the judge scored this way, like by problem solved and by penalty time?
Oh, I have no idea. I mean, that goes way back to when this first started out in Baylor or wherever it did in Texas somewhere. I mean, I guess they wanted to grade on correctness and efficiency and how quickly, to make it a competition. I mean, and maybe there's a better way, but no one's, this seems to have worked for,
So you're being judged, you're here in the studio. That's like, what the judges do right now when the contest is going?
Not much, really. I mean, when I first started judging, before we had automatic judging, we would be assigned problems of once you have a problem accepted, you become a judge, and then you're given somebody else's problem to work on. And then that's your sort of problem. And then, like I said, early on when I was first judging here, we would manually judge. I mean, they'd come in, we'd run it against things and stuff like that. So for the past 5-6 years or something with automatic judging, which had been used in the regionals for years, and it took a while for some reason to get into here. The only thing we're really necessary for at the moment now, from this point on, is clarifications. I mean, if there's a clarification, that's technically what I should be doing right now, is reading as the clarifications come in. Typically most of them just get, read the problem because the answer's there. But every, once in a while there'll be some clarifications then we gotta call over the person who wrote the problem, the person who revised the problem, anyone else who's interested, and then we decide how to address a question. If we're lucky, we've had some contests where we've never had to do that, where we've written. And that's what we do this week. This week we really, really fine-tune the write-ups so that we think we've covered every angle, that there's no ambiguity, that everything is clear, either actually in the written statement or in the sample input, and hopefully we won't have to do much clarification at all. So.
Yeah. How we prepare test data for the problem?
How do we write test data?
Yeah.
There's the original test data from the proposer of the problem. There's data from the reviser, and then we have some of our our judges who, we have about 3 or 4 judges who just go ahead and solve all the problems. Now, of course, not in 5 hours. I mean, they have days and weeks to do it. And then they'll, based on how they solve it, they'll come up with test cases that are, would break other types of solutions and everything, especially when we're looking at efficiency. So it'll break an n² solution, but not an n log n solution, stuff like that. So it's an evolving process. We put in some new test cases just a couple days ago, so up to the last minute we're modifying test data. Last year, in fact, asteroids was all set to be in the problem set last year. At the last minute, one of our judges came up with a test case that broke everybody's solution. So we said, okay, so we pulled that problem at the last minute, and then we modified the problem basically, so we disallowed that test case, so we could still we could use it this year.
I see. And Igor, you wrote the blog for analysts about analyzing the top leading teams recently. As far as I can see right now in our scoreboard, we have the leading teams. The leading teams from they're all over the place. Like it's lots of the teams that we see in the lead were not mentioned. Is it
yes,
normal?
but I think in about an hour will all stabilize,
right,
because.
Yeah.
Okay, so you think we'll have to wait an hour in order to see how it unfurls?
Yes.
Okay, so let's then break into a short video about the rules of the contest, so people who are not that familiar with the contest get a little bit of understanding of how that's actually being held and scored.
Test has lasted for 5 hours. Students have competed in teams. Each team was made of 3 students, which then had to solve around 10 problems using a single computer. Teams are ranked based on the number of problems they manage to solve and the penalties they accumulate. Penalties reflect the time taken to solve a problem and the number of failed attempts. If the code is right and working well, a balloon will be held on the monitor under that team's name by ACM ICPC organizers team.
So we're back for our students who's for technical problems. Here with me, Freddie Hines, the Chief Analyst of ICPC. You're welcome to our studio. So tell us a little bit. So you are the people who do analysis of the problems and all the. We see this scrolling line at the bottom of our screen. So where can you explain a little bit where the some of the information we see there comes from?
Yes, thank you, Roman. It's very nice to be back here. So as you said, I'm the Director of ICPC Analytics, and our goal is basically to try to give the viewers of the different channels like ICPC, ICPC Live, and so on, a sight, look behind the scenes, trying to penetrate into what are the teams actually doing before they submit something. So at the bottom of the screen, you see this like breaking news. Those are the extra interesting events that we have been able to detect and that we find interesting, such as, for example, that all teams have now solved problem A. So after like 47 minutes into the contest, all teams have solved at least one problem, which is quite rare. And so one thing that we can do is, for example, look at what the teams are currently working on their computers. So we can see what are the next problem that they will likely be submitting on. And we can also look into the code and see, are they going in the right direction? Do they have the right idea, the right approach? How far have they come? How close are they to being finished?
Who are the analysts? Where do you take those people from?
So the analyst group contains a mixture of people that have developed different components of the system, but also a lot of previous world finalists. So we have a number of really good contestants themselves that also have a lot of experience in making problems. So they know how, for example, the judges think when they create a problem to be able to find what are the corner cases, what are the hard parts of this problem, so that we know what to look for when we analyze the contestants' code.
So we see that right now that we have University of Tokyo in the lead with 4 problems. Is there any chance actually to predict how the contest unfolds? Can you, figure out, for example, how many problems teams will solve? Is it even possible?
Well, since the number of problems that will be solved depends very much on the problem set. So what we have seen today is that if we compare to the difficulty that you discussed earlier in the show, we have actually seen that at least one of what was supposed to be the hardest problems have actually already been solved. So that's an indication that there is a high likelihood of having a contest with a lot of problems solved.
I see.
Which is a difference compared to last year.
Let's see how good you know the actual team. So we'll play a small mini game with you right in a second. See how good you're figuring out the teams by their coach. So that's a game for you. Let's play. So whose team coach is this?
This is it's Warsaw University.
Oh, that was an easy question to get you warmed up. Let's see if that's correct answer. Yeah, that's the correct answer. Okay, that was easy.
Yep.
Now, do you know whose the coach is this? So we have 4 choices for you.
I think he coaches several of the teams from the Arab region. I believe he coaches D.
Okay,
maybe also C. I'm not sure.
Well, let's see the correct answer. He coaches all of them.
Ah, well.
So he is the coach for all of those teams. That's the right answer.
That was easy.
Okay, who's the coach is this?
St. Petersburg State University.
Oh, you know it. You know.
B.
Yeah, it's the Middle State University. Do you know whose coach is this? Tsinghua University, Beijing, Jiao Tong University, MIT, UCLA.
I don't know. Let's guess on A, Tsinghua.
Let's see the correct answer. And you're wrong. that was MIT team's coach. Can you guess whose coach is this?
It looks familiar.
University in Chicago, Iowa
Yes.
State University, decomposing on there.
Yep.
Thank you very much. So thanks for coming to the studio.
Thank you.
Let's get back to the contest floor.
Okay, hello and welcome. My name is Fredrik Heinz and I'm the Director of ICPC Analytics, and as the Director I have the great benefit of being the first problem presenter. And today I'm going to present problem A. And problem A is not only the first problem in the problem set, but most likely also the simplest problem in the problem set. So problem A is also called amalgamated artichokes, and the problem is the following. You are given a price function defined as a sum of a sinus and a cosinus multiplied by a factor of p, and you are given the values p, a, b, c, and d that you need for this price function. And the question that you're going to find out is if you plot this function and you take the integer points k, and you want to find the pair of points which has the largest difference. So you want to find the pair of points where the difference between the maximum to the left and the minimum to the right is as large as possible. And to do this, since there can be up to 1 million such points, you basically need a linear or maybe log linear solution. So the absolutely simplest way of doing this is going from the left, keeping track of what is the maximum number that you have seen, and comparing that maximum number with the current number. And if that difference is the biggest difference you've seen so far, save it. And then when you get to the end, you will have the correct answer. One minor detail is that if there is a strongly increasing sequence, then you should return 0. So you have to initialize the answer to 0. But apart from that, there should be very few special cases that the teams need to take care of. So my estimate is that this problem will be solved in about 5 minutes after the start of the contest. So that would be very interesting to see. Thank you from me for now.
Hello, we're back to our studio with the World Finals Director for the CDLE. We're so glad, to see you here because you're host this year. You're the nice city of Marrakesh, nice weather, nice resort. Everybody's so happy. Can you tell us a little bit how this whole idea to host World Finals came to be? Like, why you decided to do it?
Well, first of all, it's a pleasure to have you all here and to host the World Finals in Morocco in this beautiful city of Marrakesh. The idea came just like the first idea came when back in '97 I decided let's create the region for Africa and the Arab world. So back then the idea came from the excitement we get from being an event like this and just loving all the things that you see. The people, the culture, the atmosphere and everything. So that was a source of motivation, but also inspiration. And with the help of great people like Bill Poucher, and I went, talked to him, asked him to start the region, and he helped. And the region is now one of the fastest growing regions in the world. And when I attended the regionals of 2013, I thought, I really like this, and let's just try and get something bigger, a bigger challenge, and we were candidate for hosting the World Finals, and here we are, happy to host everybody here in Marrakesh for the 2015 World Finals.
Okay, so are you still happy about being a host?
Absolutely, my happiness is endless, and this is, it's once in a lifetime opportunity, and it's just great to be able to bring together a lot of talented people, a beautiful and wonderful community, which is the ICPC community with, all the nationalities, all the cultures, all the talent, and all the nice people, very, very nice people who make this a wonderful community. So it's really nice to have them here. It's really a pleasure and a treat for us to have them here. And yes, I'm happier more than ever because this is, we're making it happen for the very first time in Morocco, in the continent of Africa, and in the Arab world region as well.
So that's the first time, yeah, when you brought the World Finals here.
Yes, yes.
Was it hard to actually get this? So how the selection process, like becoming a host, like was it because lots of people probably see these events want to host it too.
Right.
So so how hard that was to earn the right to do the World Finals?
Well, in our case, I should admit that we were so eager to have it. We did our very best to do it, to get it, and we come up with a file for candidacy to this World Finals with, for the first time, more than one host university. This is actually the first time where the contest, the World Finals, are hosted by 3 universities and an NGO. And these universities represent public universities, private universities, and semi-private universities or semi-public universities, which is in itself an expression to the ICPC community that the Moroccan higher educational system, all of it from end to end, is welcome in the ICPC in Morocco. So of course there was that. There was the fact that hey, we've been doing the Arab region for very long now, and it's a good time to host the World Finals. In addition to, of course, being in a beautiful place like Marrakesh, center geographically makes it easier for a lot of people to come here.
Let's see the video about the great Morocco and what we see here in Marrakesh. My guests in studio are the representatives from 3 host universities this year. That's pretty unique for ICM ICPC, and we're really glad that you collaborated together to bring in such a nice event. Could you introduce each of you and tell us a little bit about yourself?
Okay, my name is Sharif Belfqeh, and I'm from Al Akhawain University in Ifran. I'm past Vice President for Student Affairs, and now I'm in charge of Communication, Development and Institutional Research. Our university was established in 1995, which is 20 years ago, by the late King Hassan II of Morocco. It is a public university, but autonomous in its management. We are the first university that adopted English as a language of instruction. We are based in Ifran, which is a town, a resort town in the Middle Atlas, 60 kilometers south of Fez, and which is a rather unique location. We follow the American model based on the liberal arts approach and in the, of course, the school programs. We have 3 schools: Science and Engineering, Business Administration, Humanities and Social Sciences. We are a small university. We have 2,100 students and 150 faculty members. So many universities in Morocco have more faculty than we have students. And that's the case for Mohammed V, which is the oldest university.
Yeah, but you're still helping us bring on such a great event, which the whole community, of course, welcomes you.
We do our best. By the way, in 1998, we hosted the first Arab regional ACM contest.
I see.
And so we started.
So you brought it to.
Yeah. So we were in that way a little pioneers in the sense that we. Of course, with the help of many people who are now very active in the field, we brought the ICPC culture in.
Thank you. And what about you?
Well, my name is Mohammed Al-Saidi. I am the Dean of NCS College of Engineering of Mohammed V University, which is the one of the 3 hosts of this event. Mohammed V University was established more than 50 years ago. This is, I would say, the first university in I would say, after Al-Qarawiyyin, which is actually the very old, or the oldest university in the world. And this university is, I would say, the biggest in terms of number of colleges and faculties. It has 18 colleges in different fields, in medicine, pharmacy, law, economics, engineering, science, and technology. Well, the number of students exceeds 60,000 students this year. And the number of faculty members exceeds 2,500 faculty members in the different colleges in this university. And we have a very important block of faculties and colleges in the field of science and technology. In those faculties we have a strong, I would say, IT department and faculty members offering different programs related to IT, different IT areas, and also developing research and development in different areas related to those fields.
So what brought you to ICPC?
Well, my college was involved in the organization and I would say the establishment of the national competition. So the Moroccan Collegiate Programming Contest was initiated in NCS in 2012, around 3 years ago, and we have organized three editions.
See, that's interesting. Yeah. Thank you. And what about you? Okay, can you introduce yourself to viewers?
I'm bin Said. I'm president of Mondiapolis University in Casablanca, and I've been involved as the first faculty advisor of the first ACM chapter in Morocco, and was involved to get the regional contest, the first regional ACM ICP contest to Morocco. Mondiapolis University, naturally I'm a computer scientist by training. As for Mondiapolis University, we're the first private university campus in Morocco, the private university system being relatively new in Morocco. And our campus is right next to the Casablanca airport, which is the hub of the aeronautics industry, the exponentially growing aeronautics industry in Morocco. We have 4 schools and faculties: engineering, business, political science and law, and social sciences, and a new faculty of health sciences. There is a big focus on both mentoring students towards growth, personal growth, and employability in a region where employability is a challenge currently, and in multidisciplinary teaching across schools, and in teaching and learning through hands-on and through competition, which is another reason for Mondiapolis University being active in ICPC, but also in some of the other competitions related to embedded systems and car racing, using programming of embedded systems and the like.
Thank you. So I know, guys, you have to run to press conference, but let's play a really short game with you. So here is I have not. So I have if you did, I have never if you didn't. Okay. And we'll ask questions, and you'll show if you ever did or have not did this thing before. So let's get our first question on screen. So have you ever been to this ICPC village before the contest started? Okay, thank you. So that's first time for you, and you've been on site visit. Thank you. Have you been to the ACPC Arab Collegiate Programming Contest before yourself?
Was that again?
Have you ever been to the ACPC Arab Collegiate Programming Contest? Oh, good. Thank you. So what's our next question? Have you coded and programmed in the past year?
We can tell not in the past year. Oh, but I have never. Not in the past year.
But you did. So we can. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Hi there, I'm back. This time I'll present problem C, catering. In this problem, you're the boss of a big catering company, and you have to cater the food for n events. The events, your company is located at position 1, and the events are located at position 2 to n+1. And you have to deliver the food there in order. There's one problem though. You only have k teams to fulfill all these orders. Well, if k is larger than n, you could just send one team to every event. But that's not the case, so you have to move teams from one event to one other. But you know the cost of moving a team from event I to J. And also the cost from moving it from one, that's your company place, to a certain event. The question now is naturally, what is the minimum cost of fulfilling all the orders? Well, to calculate this minimum cost, we're going to reduce this problem to its standard problem, namely min cost max flow. And to do so, we build the following graph. We put all locations as twice in the graph, once from and once to. And if you go from a location to a location, we add an edge with capacity 1 and cost Cij, that's given by the problem statement. And next to that, we're going to add a couple of extra edges, for there are some extra constraints. For example, you need to go to every 2 vertex, for you have to deliver orders everywhere. Well, to do so, we add here an artificial edge with cost minus a big number. I've chosen 10 to the power 12 minus, and capacity 1. And furthermore, we have a source. The source goes to vertex 1, for that's where all teams starts, and the source has this edge has capacity k, for you have k teams. So this gives the constraint that you have k teams that start at vertex 1. And next to that, there's a sink and all teams, so from every location, 1, 2, and n+1, you can go to the sink. These have infinite capacity and cost 0. Well, and now the thing you have to see is that if you run the min cost max flow algorithm on this graph, you get the correct answer. To give you a feeling how that works, let me show you an example. Suppose k is only 1, which path is chosen then? And you do the following: you go from the source to 1, 1, 2, and you take this infinite edge, where this infinite edge is, well, has the least cost. You go from 2 to 3 and take this edge, etc., to n-1, and this. Now we have n times this big edge, which we should subtract at the end, and we have taken the edges 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and to n+1, etc. And that's the only solution that's possible. Suppose we have a second team now. What happens? What kind of path does that take? That second team goes from source to 1, that's the only thing. And for example, it takes paths like this: 1 to 3, 3 to 2. That edge is reversed by the min cost max flow algorithm, and then to the sink. So what the second team like this does? It replaces the edge 2, 3 by the edge 1, 3. And that happens if the cost of 1, 3 is less than 2, 3. And if you iterate this, you can see that this will work. Now, how often will this be solved? Well, min cost max flow is a standard algorithm. Some teams will have it in their code reference. If they do and they see how to transform this problem into min cost max flow, it might be easy. If you don't have this in your code reference manual, then I guess it's too hard to be solved.
With Amadin Demajarin, sorry, I cannot really pronounce it. I've learned it all I can.
Okay.
He's going to be hosting World Finals next year in Thailand. So, so first, can you say your last name correctly for me?
Yeah, I'm Amarin Dimakan from Department of Computer Engineering, Pinop Songkhla University, Thailand.
So, how? Tell us your story. When the idea to host the World Finals came up?
It's just we started first regional in Thailand since 2009 because of before that 2 years before 2007 CJ1 come to help us to support us to start the 2009 Asia regional, and that time we had an idea that if we can do the regional, is it possible to do the world final, and we think it's possible to do because of you have a strong support from the university, city, and I think the government should be interesting. So let me start from 2009, but for officially we propose on 2011 in Orlando.
Okay, so in 2011 you officially made a bid basically to you gathered. Was it hard to gather like everybody on board to behind you to help you host this?
Yeah, it can be easy and hard into perspective. First, the easy thing is that our faculty or our department hosts the regional many times, so they're quite understanding. And after we propose to the president of university, and he understand quite well. So after that, he support our faculty, our campus, and the university to be the successful host in the future. So so now we can get everyone who would be the key persons. We have many key persons to be successful because in the World Final is a very huge scale of the programming contest in the world. So now we quite ready to have every committees and partner to be on our preparation of the 2016.
So you brought a large team on site this year to see how it's going from inside.
Yeah.
Was it something unexpected? Did you see something that you didn't expect?
We have the new people who never been in a World Final before, but they are the key person. Like we bring all the deans from the campus, deans from faculty of engineering, of the technology and environmental, and so on. And we have more to let them see how it works. What we expect that to let them know how it look like, or the scale of the World Final. And next is they can see their partner in the future, the coordinator in the future. What is the difference is that we quite have the different venue. For example, here they have a nice conference hall. That is good. We have the stadium like in St. Petersburg, Ekaterinburg. So we can see how they managed to prepare this good work that I saw. But something we have, the details different from our venues, from our situation in our World Final. The hotel is not the same area or some example. So we have to think in another point of view. But we learn a lot from this actually. Our teams, we are happy to be here. Yeah.
So what should we expect from the weather?
The weather for next year, it's gonna be in May. It will be from 15 May to 20. It's just end of summer season in Thailand. So the weather is going to be like a 25 to 33 Celsius degree. But since we know we come from everywhere from the world, we will prepare the best for the one who are not familiar with the strong sunshine in the evening, or if it can be raining someday, so we will prepare everything that can make the contestant, participant to have the good, healthy day and be happy in our contest. Yeah. So
let's see the video about the next World Finals.
Okay, sure.
So we're back, and we saw a nice video about upcoming World Finals in Thailand, and with Amarin, who is our host next year. Can you tell us a little bit about the venue where the contest live? Where is that located?
Yeah. First, the venue is start from the accommodation. It will be in the Le Meridian, Phuket. We buy out the hotel, and you will have the beautiful private beach and next the Movenpick Hotel for the RCDs. And for the opening ceremony, it will be held in the Phuket Fantasy. We call it the Disneyland of Southeast Asia. And for the venue, for the contest area, we will be in the Spanin Stadium or Spanin Sport Arena in Phuket Town. Each place is about half an hour far. So, yeah.
Thank you. And now let's play a really simple, small game with you. You know, as the upcoming World Finals, you know, director, you will need in the past year do lots of different things. So we asked 100 volunteers what World Finals director must know how to do. So, and we gathered answers and selected the top ones.
Oh.
So let's see what was. So what do you think the most common answer was? What do you think the World Finance Director must do? What do you think you as World Finance Director must be doing?
Oh, well, I think for preparation is.
What skills you need? What you must really do really well? What do you think? As a World Finance Director, what is the key?
Oh, his key is a good making decision and
making decisions
and management of the time of a lot of meeting and phone call and collaborate with many people.
So let's see what actually our volunteers are thinking based on the experience from this year's World Finals. Let's open something. Manage people time. That's number 24 out of 100 volunteers said that's right. Yeah. What else do you think? Let's try to get something.
Just
just be number 2 most popular answer.
Yeah, work with the the collaboration with people. So like that and
work with partners. That was our answer. With 5 people answered the same.
So I still need more the better one, right? So
you just you be more creative. What else do you think what director must do?
Yes. It just for the volunteer. So have a listenable and nice to them. I mean,
let's see what's actually what was the actual the answers. So you'll see. You'll still have to learn them. So see the future. The 2 people answer that you need to foresee the future. So let's see what's up next. What other answers are there? Speak 3 languages, but that's based on this year's because there's many. Morocco. Maybe it's not be ready, but this year you'll have to speak English and French and Morocco and Arabic. Let's see what's other. Have no sleep. You know, you have to learn not to sleep. Yeah.
Good answer.
So let's see what the top answer is. Solve problems. As a World Finance, you have to solve problems. You have to solve all the problems.
ICPC,
different problems. You know, you have to solve organizational problems so that the whole contest is interesting, great for our contestants who are now solving their problems on the contest floor.
Very good, very good games. I can share with the director and the teams.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming to our studio. And we'll be back to the contest floor.
Hi everybody, I'm Jan Kuipers and I will present problem D, cutting cheese. This problem is about a big piece of cheese, which is a three-dimensional block, but since I'm bad at drawing, I'll stick to a two-dimensional version. And this cheese has holes in it. These holes are balls. And the question is, you want to cut this cheese in n pieces, and these n pieces should all have the same volume. Well, the way to tackle this is to find the volume. You take the volume of the whole of the block, which is x times y times z, and you subtract the volume of all the spheres, which is the sum of the volume of the different spheres. Now you also know the size of the slices. The size of the slices is this total volume divided by n. Well, the way to find it, to find where to make the cuts, is to do a binary search. So first, suppose you want to cut it in 3 slices. First you try here. Calculate the volume of this. If it's too big, you go up. If it's too small, you go down. Well, this is too big, so you start here. And eventually you end up somewhere over here for the first cut. And then you iterate this. You do it one more time and you'll end up somewhere over here. And then you're done. There's one tricky detail missing now. It's what is the volume of such a cut-off ball? Well, it takes some elementary calculus to calculate that. You can remember it's all three-dimensional, so you can see this as a stack of cylinders. So you get something like this, the integral from a to b of the area of a circle by r squared dz. That equals integral from a to b of pi r squared minus c squared dc. And if you figure it out, you get something like pi r cubed b minus a minus pi b cubed minus a cubed divided by 3. And with this formula, you should be able to figure out the volume of such a piece, and then you're basically done. Thanks for listening.
back to the studio with the guest from the Thailand, the partners of our next year's host. I'd like you to introduce yourself to our viewers as you will be hosting. Please.
Okay, my name is Perapong Tikasapul. I'm the Vice President for Research System and Graduate Study at Prince of Songkhla University in Thailand. Will be the host for the next World Finals in 2016.
We're glad to hear that. You?
I'm General Sopon Wekawakayanon, Acting President of SIPA, or Software Industry Promotion Agency from Thailand.
Yes, my name is Pallop Singhasini. I'm the Vice Governor of Phuket Province.
Nice to meet you all. So what's so special Prince of Songkhla University and its relation to the ICM ICPC contest?
Yes, first of all, I would like to thank ACM ICPC for giving us the chance to host this prestigious event, the World Final 2016. And we plan to host it in a city of Phuket, which is the it's a tourist attraction city and has a nice beach, and we hope that we will have the successful World Final that attract the attention of students from all over the Thailand to join, and from all the world, of course, to attend and participate in the World Final.
And what's relationship between information technologies, government and universities? So they're partnering with you this year. Do you have like a big relationship or just specific to the contest?
No, not just the contest. We have a long relationship with the Ministry of Information and Communication Technology. Actually, SIPA, or the Software Industry Promotion Agency, has the office in one of our campus. We work together for several years to promote the software for the entrepreneur and for the student. So we have several projects together, and this is the event that SIPA helps us a lot to organize the World Final by supporting the budget and the brain, how help us think about the arrangement, the organizing of the event.
What's important in this event for the government? Like, why would how is that ties into the whole government activities that are happening in Thailand? Who can answer?
SIPA is a Software Industry Promotion Agency under the Ministry of ICT of Thailand. We support Thailand software industry that value approximately $2 billion US. So that's why we support this for the benefit of Thailand.
I see. So do you know what's being prepared for the opening ceremony for the next year's World Finals in Thailand? Are you involved with the selection of places?
Yes. Well, the place has been selected for a few years already, that we want to choose Phuket because Phuket is the destination of everybody. Everybody know, and it has a nice atmosphere, and we have a good facility. We have our campus over there, and we have an office of SIPA over there, and city of Phuket is very supportive to this event, and is fully committed to facilitating, to arranging everything for the event. So we work together and we bid together to be the host for the next final.
I see. So do you think you'll be able to do it better than here in Morocco?
Well, this is another competition, I think.
Yeah, of course, it is a competition. You came here to see what we're having in Morocco. So
we will try our best, and we will learn from the previous host, of course, what we can do better, what can we improve, so that it will benefit the whole society and the participant and the contestant, so that they can come and enjoy the atmosphere along with the competition.
Oh, thank you very much. Let's see the video of how the opening ceremony went here in Morocco, and that's also a reminder for you. You've been there.
Okay.
Let's our viewers show what we've seen here in Morocco so far.
Day 2 is finished up here in Marrakesh, Morocco for the 2015 ACM ICPC World Finals. For contestants, today was a day to enjoy the Palmeraie Resort and experience the sights and sounds of downtown Marrakesh. Volunteers continued preparation for the contest by putting the finishing touches on all that's needed for Wednesday's main event. Additionally, the regional contest directors met today to discuss details for next year's regional contest. Opening ceremonies are set for tomorrow afternoon, with the World Finals taking place on Wednesday. Follow the 2015 World Finals at icpcnews.com and be sure to check out my ICPC.
I'm Michael Levin, and I'll tell you about problem E, which is evolution in parallel. This is a problem about distant future. So our scientists have found on a very distant planet a very strange kind of species, which has a genetic code consisting of 3 letters, A, C, and M. And there is only one kind of species on the planet, and we're given its full genetic code. But scientists also found some fossils of ancient creatures, and they're given here. They have a hypothesis that all those creatures descended from one single ancestor. But it didn't work out, because when they found this creature with a genetic code MM, it didn't fit well with the other fossils. So now they have a new hypothesis, that there were only 2 ancient predecessors of everyone, and the new species just merged from the evolution of those 2. So in this example, the answer is that one ancient species is MM, and another one is A, and then everything else evolved from it. So how does the evolution work? It works by inserting letters into the genetic code. So it started with A, then another A was added, and then a C was added in the middle, and then an M, and then another A was added. So this is how it works. So the question is, are they right? Can we actually divide all those genetic codes into 2 groups so that there are sequences of strings and each string is a subsequence of the next one? And also check that each of them is a subsequence of the current genetic code. This can be solved in 2 parts. First one is to check whether a string is a subsequence of another string, which is a very simple greedy algorithm, and you can probably figure out it from this picture. It works in linear time and length of those strings. Another part is dynamic programming. We just sort all strings by increasing length, and then make a 2D dynamic programming where we determine whether strings up to Si can be divided into 2 subsequences so that Si and Sj are the last ones in those subsequences. This solution will work in time n squared by L, where L is the maximum length of a string. But unfortunately, this is too long for these world finals. So we should somehow optimize this solution. And one idea could be that we can avoid one of these cases, and then the number of states of our DP will be much less. But this is not the case. So if you look at these examples, and you look at the 3rd string, it contains both the first one and the second one. But if you forget about one of them, like here, one of the cases is forgotten, then in these cases, one of these cases will break, basically. So what is the correct solution? We'll see that on the next slide. So, if the solution is even possible, then we can say that for any three strings S, I, and J, and S, K, which are sorted by length, at least one of these pairs is a pair of a string which is a subsequence of another one. So, for each I, we need only to remember only those J that can Ij is true, and we will see that only two such J are needed, no more. Why is that? Because we have three pairs, Ij, Ik, and Il, and for example, Sj is a subsequence of Sl. Then Il is not needed, because in the future, when we consider future strings, it will be much easier to fit Sj into one of those than Sl, because Sj is a subsequence of Sl. So out of these three, we will need only two, and it will be always the case because of this statement. So in our dynamic programming, we now only have linear number of states, and then the total running time is n times L, which is sufficient to fit into time limit. Thank you.
Welcome to the Flash Zone for the first of our interviews. I'm here today with CJ Huang, who is the Super Regional Contest Director for Asia. CJ, can you tell us a little bit about your work?
Yeah, thank you. I'm a Asia Super Regional Director. My work is to set up the guideline, do the overall arrangement for the entire Asia, so that we can have the best team, and to represent Asia to come to World Final. And we also try to develop an idea that we want to make more teams in Asia participate in the ICPC contest. Not just get the winning team. We want to have more teams from Asia participate and improve the problem-solving skills.
So, a couple of questions about the contests. I guess you aim to make contests that are like the final, right?
Yes, you mean our structure, right? Organization. Yeah, Asia organization selecting team to all final is a little bit different from other, super region. How we get this idea? We started, from small. As we grow and we move forward and go forward, then we find out the way to get the best team to represent Asia to come to World Final, is to come to a organization the way we have. Do you like me go over the organization? The organization right now is this. In Asia, we divide it into three sub-regions. One sub-region is called East Continent, Asia East Continent. Mainly consists of China. And then one sub-region is the West Continent, Asia West Continent, consists of mainly like India, Pakistan, Iran, and Bangladesh, and etc. And then the third sub-region is the Pacific and the Peninsula sub-region, including those countries and islands and territory along the Pacific Ocean and also in the Indo-China Peninsula. And then under this structure and organization, and the students are allowed to participate two contests, two Asia regional contests in each sub-region. And then from there, we'll select the best team to represent Asia to come to World Final. And also, because of this kind of organization, we allow more students, and more, to reach out to the remote area and so that the university and students from remote area can develop their problem-solving skills.
Is it hard to work with the remote regions, the more remote countries, the countries with less infrastructure or with low population?
Oh, this is very simple. Our Asia regional, the people in charge of Asia regional contest, we are not really 100% fixed, not 100% stationary. We have at least 50% of the RCD. We call it the RCD. The people, the professor who in charge of the contest, 50% are stationary and fixed, and 50% of them are rotating. So we rotate from the big city to the small city to the remote area, so that slowly more people are aware of the ICPC contest and more people from remote area will participate our contest in ICPC activities.
Can you give me a couple of examples of what you consider remote area participants?
It's very good, thank you, Charles. It's a good question. For example, this coming year, the West China, the way West China near the Central Asia, the Xinjiang province, Xinjiang province is already organizing, is already planning to organize a Xinjiang provincial contest. They never have a team participate in ICPC in the past, and now Xinjiang is a part of us now. And then in the meantime, for example, Pakistan, last year we have a first time we have an Asia regional in Pakistan, and then we plan to have another one in Pakistan in the near future. And then also, if we feel, for example, I'm working to go to Nepal or go to Cambodia, if we find a good professor there can be in charge of contest, then we'll go to open up a regional contest in Cambodia.
Thank you very much. It seems like it's working because you have at least some of the top teams in your region. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you, Charles.
And back to you, Rahman.
Hello, we're back to studio with a representative from IBM's team, sponsorship team here. So Andrew was presenting on the tech track that was 2 days ago, right?
2 days ago. Seems like longer than that.
Oh yeah. So can you tell public about a little bit what you were telling on the IBM tech track?
Sure, Ron. Thanks. So what we wanted to do with Tech Trek was really introduce the students here who we know are some of the best computer scientists in the world. We wanted to let them know some of the new things that we're working on, not just from an IBM perspective, but from an industry perspective, to give them an idea of what new problems we're focused on, what new technologies we're bringing to the market. And we really picked sort of 3 main topics out of our focus areas at IBM. Often we talk about cloud, analytics, mobile, social, and security as the areas we're focused. And we decided in the tech track to really dig in on cloud, analytics, a lot of the big data problems, and in particular, Internet of Things. And my colleague John Cohn gave a lively presentation, as he always does, on the Internet of Things. Because it's a great new space. I think we know in about the next 5 years there'll be 40 billion internet-connected sensors and devices, and the possibilities of all of these devices interacting, crossing from the physical world into the computing world, and the new kinds of problems we can tackle. I mean, that gets us excited. That gets us up every day. So that's some of what we talked about.
So do you think it's the audience, the contestants that competing right now, do you think that was an interesting lecture for them?
Well, we certainly had lots of interesting lights and moving objects, and John Cohn did his Internet of Things dance routine. So I think we at least kept them awake during the session. I know they're very focused. You can feel the energy and the nervous energy even 2 days ago here. So we know they're very excited and very focused on the competition. But we also try to give them a bit of perspective, and also not just give them a break from what they're focusing on the competition here, but give them a bit of perspective from people who've been working in the industry. We had people on the stage with 2 years of experience professionally, all the way up to 30 and 40 years of experience. And we really wanted to give them perspective that it never ends. The problems keep coming. Get them excited about perhaps the next phase of their career.
Do you watch the contest? Do you have a favorite team here in the contest?
Well, I do have to cheer for my alma mater, University of Waterloo. When I walked in here, they were still in 39th position, but we still got a long way to go. Great team. Spent one of my lunches and dinners here with them, so I'm pretty excited. They were a top team for the years that I was in university there. Two-time winner in '94 and '99. So we're hoping for another one this year. But again, I'm here just to cheer on everybody. So I do have to have a little university pride. But all of these teams, it's been really, really exciting. For me, I know they're here focused on the contest, but the energy that they have, the excitement and passion that they have, dealing with them over the lunches and the breaks, what a wonderful, fantastic group of people to talk to.
Yeah, it's very heated moments in the contest right now. We just saw breaking news that ITMO team solved their 8th problem and went to first place, beating Moscow State that was first by penalty time. Yeah. So that's really, we have like few teams in the lead, and it seems to be constantly rotating.
Yeah, I've noticed all day. It's been there's certainly been some. One of the tightest races probably ever. This becomes more competitive every year, I think. And certainly you have a lot of the favorites up there in the top 20 to 50. Lots of repeat names up there. Oh, I see Waterloo's moved to 31. Good job, guys. Keep going.
Do you want to see them in the IBM's team after they graduate?
After they graduate? The way things are growing right now for IBM, we would hire all of these students if we could. This is a fantastic, talented group of people. We have an immense number of computing challenges ahead of us. The probably 100 years of computing we've had so far, a lot of it has focused on a very specific set of problems. We're just now getting into a world where we're connecting everything we could automate kind of behind the scenes, or sometimes we call it the back office. Now technology's out there. It's in everybody's hands, whether it's a mobile phone, a device, a sensor. We are constantly interacting with information technology and computers. There's a whole new set of problems. The growth in this industry is fantastic. So short answer is we would love to hire the ACM ICPC contestants.
Thank you very much for coming here, and you're more than thank you for IBM for continued support of the contest. You're the chief event sponsor for more than 17 years.
About 17 years.
17 years right now. That's impressive record. During your sponsorship, contest grew from this small event to this huge international competition.
Yeah.
The whole ICPC community really grateful to IBM to this great job.
No, we're more than happy to be here. This is, again, it's a best of the world competition. And now our part is done, the tech track. Now we just get to sit back and watch and enjoy watching the competition now. So
thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammerly. I'm part of the analytics team, and I'm going to present problem I, ship traffic. Ship traffic is a fairly easy problem. You are imagining yourself as a ferry boat that is going to cross from Morocco to Spain across a body of water. In this body of water, there are a number of lanes, and in these lanes, ships can move either east or west at a constant velocity. And of course, when they are crossing where you want to cross, you cannot pass. So you want to know, how can you get from Morocco to Spain, and in particular, what is the largest window of time during which you can do your crossing? That is the goal of the problem. So you're given up to 10,000 lanes, and in those lanes there will be a total of up to 10,000 ships, and you're given the velocity of all the ships, which is constant and the same for all ships, and you're given the position for all ships, and you're also given the length of all the ships. So this is made much easier if you treat the problem as all ships traveling in the same direction, because really east and west does not matter, so you can flip all the westbound ships to be eastbound or vice versa. You can also compress all of the ships down into one lane if you consider pushing the starting positions back in time for when you would have reached that lane with the ferry, because you can't be in that same lane with the ship at the same time. Once you get all the ships into the same representation for the same reference of time and space, then you can sort, then each of these ships presents an interval of time during which you may not cross because those ships are touching this crossing line. And you can sort all those intervals by their time and then search for the largest gap in those intervals. We expect that to take n log n time for n ships.
Hello everybody, I'm Michal Forishek, also known as Misov, and I will now present the solution of problem L. In this problem we are transmitting a weather report, which is a sequence of n characters and can be up to 20, and the characters are different types of weather chosen independently from sunny, cloudy, rainy, and frogs. So we have these funny weather frogs, and each of these weathers on each particular day has a given probability, so the probability is the same for each day. The input for this problem is just the number n and the 4 probabilities, and the task the contestants are given is that you know in advance you are going to be transmitting this sequence of n characters generated using the following rules, and you want to transmit the sequence using the smallest number of bits possible. More precisely, you are given the constraints that you have to construct a prefix-free code, so the codes of different messages, different strings of length n, have to be, neither of them can be a prefix of another code. And also you have the constraint that the expected case of your encoding has to be optimal. And we actually know how this works, and we know that the optimal prefix-free code is the Huffman code. So if n were smaller, or the alphabet were smaller, there would be a slow, inefficient solution that you generate all possible strings. For each of these strings you can compute the probability as the product of the probabilities for the individual days, and then you sort all of them or put them into a priority queue, and you build the Huffman code, always taking the 2 events with the smallest probability, merging them together, and so on. So this solution is conceptually correct, but doesn't work fast enough for our problem, and we need to make one more key observation, and the observation is that the probability of an event doesn't depend on the order in which those days occur. So the probability of a sequence CSCFR is the same as the probability of the sequence SCCRF. If we just rearrange the letters, the probability doesn't change. So we can actually take all of the 4 to the n possible strings and divide them into equivalence classes. In each equivalence class will contain the same number of S's, C's, R's, and F's, and for each of them the probability is exactly the same. The number of equivalence classes will be only about 12,000, and then we can do the same construction of the Huffman code. We just do it faster simply by taking all of the events with the same probability and processing all of them at once. And that's it for this problem. Thank you for your attention.
So here we are, sorry for technical problems, with our special guest, Boba Manova.
Yes.
She's a very special person. She's a super regional director covering the European Union and the whole vicinity. And she was also the host of the World Finals.
Yes, that's true.
Yes, so you know lots about the contest itself, but you also, the region you're coming from is special because it has so many strong teams. So is it hard to get those, lots of...
Yeah, this is a little hard, but it's not so hard. It's my pleasure to have such a good team, because I'm director of Europe and Russia, of course, and some other Middle East and Africa. But I did statistics from last year results, and I found that in between first 12 teams, there were mostly teams from Europe, it means also from Russia, and only a little less Asia. No other regions were as good as we are.
Yeah, so you're here. Your supervision is really strong. So we can also see a heated battle this year. Lots of teams going back and forth. Are you surprised? So that we have so many problems with the 2 years?
Yeah.
13.
Yeah, 13 problems, but as I follow the contest, I think it may be not enough of them, because I'm afraid that some team will solve everything.
Yeah, so far we have already.
Yeah, I think there is St. Petersburg and Moscow,
yeah,
Tokyo.
Lots of teams, there is one ITM was solved 9 problems already. Lots of teams solved 8, so they have just 4 more.
Yeah.
For 4 more to go. I mean, that's amazing. Can you tell a little bit a story? Like, what year you've been World Finals director in? Do you remember that?
When I was first time in.
No, when you were World Finals director.
Oh.
In Prague.
In 2004.
2004.
It was 11 years ago.
11 years ago.
Yeah.
So what's how the contest changed in those 11 years? So you've seen it like from the time you hosted it?
Oh yeah.
And so
the
what do you see?
contest changed a lot. Firstly, there are amazing venues for the contest. For example, here in Morocco, it's for me paradise, kind of. But what changed a lot is that we have here trained team. It means that they are very, very good. As I saw today, first problem was solved very quickly, and during 15 minutes or 16 minutes, each team solved one problem at least. So it means that our teams now are trained, and they have a training camp. They are starting with programming at high school. They have a good result in some contest for high school. They come as a bachelor. First year they go to some contest, and second they may go to finals.
We just recently finished this section with hosts of this year and the next year World Finals, but you've also been a host. And everybody told us a story, you know, how the whole idea to host World Finals came to their mind. So what was your story?
My story was very easy, because it was at a time when you didn't need so much money to organize finals. So 2 years before the finals in Prague, I decided, okay, we can move from America to Europe, and there is a Prague in the middle of Europe. And they said, okay, we will go there. But to preparing this, it was a long story, and we were looking for some good place, and finally we got the Obecny Dom. It's a national town house, and there are normally concerts, a big hall, and there were 110 computers, and everything was just perfect. And on the stage we had a music, we had an orchestra, national orchestra. And we have, from that time, we have a celebration which is played every starting of every finals.
So basically, that was the first concert basically in Eurasia, Africa. So first time it moved like over.
First time, it was second time when it moves from United States. First time it was in Eindhoven.
Yeah.
Sometimes few
yes,
years
I do
before.
That, yeah.
And then 2004.
Yes,
it was in Prague.
It was in Prague.
Yeah.
That was nice. I remember that. But you have so many regions in there. So in Europe, there is many, like the Southeastern region, Southern region. You know, lots of regional competitions going on in the region, and each of them, you know, sending teams independently to the World Final. Well, there are some other sub-regionals like Asia, and that do like one big contest. Have you thought doing one big contest for the whole Europe to select the team?
Roman, this is a very good question. I know that we debate about this long time, and there are a lot of reasons for it. But it means that we have to organize something which is almost as big as the World Finals, and it's not so easy to organize this. But maybe what we will do, because we had a discussion on RCD this year, we can do something what they have in the United States. This is online system for Europe for best teams in all this region, in European region, and it may be more practice for teams, it may be more overview and things like that. It will be not for sure, I don't know, maybe somebody will come, but for me it will be too complicated to have it in one place and travel. This is a lot of money, but online it's not bad, why not?
I see. So we've decided to do a simple game. We've decided to see how teams rank up with each other by their super regions. So let's see, we're ready to start the game. That is going to be our battle of the regions game for the Persian Manova. So you have lots of regions. Do you think so basically what we did, some number of problems as CERC teams and SWER teams solved versus Southeastern European region and Northwestern European region. Who do you think wins? Who right now solves more problems, these two or those two? What do you think?
Left one. Central Europe and Southwestern European contest. If you take out
how many problems do you think they solved?
12 problems.
In total, all the teams?
All the team, I don't remember. I don't know how many. But I know that from South and Northeastern, they were 60% in between 12 best teams in Europe, in the finals last year.
So let's see what's up this year. Which so you see, they're almost close. So you guessed right, Central and Southwestern, but they solved one more problem. So they solved 35 in total.
Because there is a Southwestern which is not as strong as Northwestern.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah. So that's how. So let's see.
Maybe Northwestern and Southeastern Europe, but. I don't have some region which I like more than others. For me, all is Europe, and I will be happy when Europe will be competing with Asia on same level at least.
I see. That's
I think it's because you are also from European region.
Yeah,
so
we were both in Europe and Asia.
Yeah,
so I mean, kind of spend the two. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roman,
for coming to us.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Greg Hammerly. I'm on the ICPC analytics team, and I'm here to present problem F, keyboarding. For this problem, you're given a virtual keyboard and a message that you want to type using that virtual keyboard. You're also given a set of hardware buttons that you can use to move a virtual cursor around this virtual keyboard. Your virtual cursor always starts at the top left, and you always want to finish your message on an enter key, but that may be placed in a different position. In fact, the virtual keyboard may be changing depending on the input. In this case, you want to produce the message contest. So let's see how you produce the message contest with this given keyboard layout. Starting in the upper left-hand corner, we can move right, down, left, up, or select the current button. Selecting it makes the letter appear in the message. Starting here, we can move right, right, and select C, resulting in 3 button presses so far to produce the letter C. We can further move to O, then N, T, E, S, T, then down to the Enter key to produce the minimal number of button presses that produce the word contest. And that is the goal. Given a keyboard of size 50 by 50 up to, and a message of up to length 10,000, we want to minimize the number of button presses to type the message. Let's look at another example. Oh, there it is. This example illustrates something a little bit more subtle about this problem, which initially looks simple. The fact that there can be multiple keys, virtual keys, on a given keyboard. And when you move from C to O here, let's say, and then you move to the right again, you do not move to this O, but you move to this T. So you skip over intervening letters that are of the same kind. Also, if you move to an edge, you can't move off the keyboard or wrap around. So let's try to type the word contest using this keyboard. Initially, it looks like we should go C, O, but then if we are here, we can't get to N very easily because we either have to go down, which we can't do in this column, or we have to go right, then down, then left, which is not optimal. Our best bet is actually not to go to O first, but C, A, O, and then N, and so forth. So the optimal path for typing a message is not always the most direct path at each step. So we can solve this problem by pre-computing first all the moves that you can make for each position on the board, up, down, left, and right. And then we can run a repeated Dijkstra's algorithm or similar shortest path algorithm to get from the beginning position and beginning state to the enter state, which you always must type at the end, repeatedly running Dijkstra's algorithm for the current set of positions that you can get to with their current distances. We expect that this problem can be solved in M, the message length, times N log N, the size of the keyboard. Some teams have also solved this using a more straightforward breadth first search approach with a larger graph. Either way works. The earliest team solved it in half an hour, which is great. Thank you very much.
And welcome back to the Flash Zone. I'm here now with Jelani Nelson, who is the on-site coach for the Harvard University team. Can you explain what the on-site coach means?
Well, in this case, the main coach for the Harvard team is Dr. Bob Walton, and he's been doing a lot of the organization of training for the team, and I helped out a little bit, but he couldn't make it here to Morocco, so he asked if I could come as the on-site coach.
So you're sort of like an assistant coach, but you're Harvard-based.
That's right, yeah. I'm at Harvard myself.
And how do you get to be a coach? What's the application process or the selection process?
In this case, I guess he just asked me to help out at some point in the fall semester.
Can you give us a bit more about your background?
Sure. So I'm on the faculty at Harvard. I'm a computer science professor. I focus on algorithms in my own research. I was involved in ACM, ICPC in the past. I was a coach for MIT for 3 years in 07, 08, 09. And then now I'm at Harvard. This is my first year getting involved in coaching at Harvard. But I hope I can get more involved in future years.
So when you're coaching, you're helping a team to prepare. Is there like a Harvard team style, or is there a style that you use that changes for each year? How do you work with the team to help them actually figure out how to approach the contests?
So I guess, in this year I was less involved. Bob Walton selected a lot of the problems for them to practice on, but in the past, things I've done, try and identify any weaknesses in the team, in particular problem categories, give them some problems of that form to practice on, and make them do lots and lots of practices. There are several excellent online judges that have tons of great problems and contests that they can practice on. Just point them to those links and let them practice in kind of real contest conditions.
We see the teams taking quite a different approach when they walk in and sit down. The first flurry, some teams walk in and somebody has their hands on the keyboard the moment the countdown stops. Other teams sit down and read for a few minutes before they do anything. Is that a choice that you make as a team? Is it a style that you would have? I mean, when you coached the MIT team, was that a style that they had one way or the other, or did it depend on the individuals and on the problems?
Usually there are a couple problems that are really fast to solve. So for example, A in this problem set was very easy, and there are a couple other easy ones as well. The main thing is to not debug on the computer. That's one common piece of advice many people follow. You should debug on paper, and the person at the computer should be implementing the solution and submitting. And then if there's something wrong, then they should print it out and debug on paper and let someone else to the keyboard. So the keyboard is considered a very valuable resource. There's only one and 3 of them. So you shouldn't hog it if you're not coding up something new. You shouldn't use it to debug, basically.
Great. And how well is the team doing? I noticed that you've been walking around checking your phone kind of obsessively.
Right, so the last I checked, just like I guess a couple minutes ago, they had solved 6 problems and we're at 19th. Right now they're missing J and H, which are problems that several teams have solved, especially J. So there's some hope that they'll get those soon. We'll see.
And when you work with the team, do you have a sense of what the problems that they face are going to be? Do you have a sense of which ones they're going to find hard? And do you know if that matches the idea, the general plan of which problems will be hard? Or do they have particular strengths in areas that might be a hard problem, but you expect them to solve?
Honestly, at this point, it's hard for me to predict what's going to happen with these problems for them. I'm keeping a close eye.
And finally, is it stressful as a coach to watch the teams and watch what they do? Are you looking at the actual code stuff they're producing, or are you just sitting back and hoping that they know what they're doing?
Yeah, actually, as you caught me walking along here, I was walking to check on their code. I didn't get a chance to look at it yet, but right after this interview, I'm going to walk right over there and take a look.
All right, so I hope it's not too frustrating. Good luck, and thank you.
Hello everybody, I'm Michal Forišek, also known as Misov. I'm one of the ICPC analysts, and now I will present the solution of problem H, cannot. Scrabble players know that this word contains a Q, but no U, so it's very useful in the game. But the problem is about something completely different. So we live here in the city, there is some underground water, and we have dug this mother well to discover the water, and now we want to bring it to the surface, so we need to dig this thing, which is called a canat. But in order to do so, we would need to transport all the dirt out, and the transportation of dirt, the cost is proportional to the distance we have to move it. So in order to make the construction cheaper, we are going to dig several vertical shafts and use those to transport the dirt out. And what you are given in this problem is the width and the height, and the assumption that this is a triangle. This is already dug, and this is what we are going to do. And you are given n, the number of shafts you are going to dig, and your task is to find the optimal locations for those. So this is mostly a mathematical problem, and what you need to do is write down some equations that describe what is going on and find the optimal locations for the shafts so that the total cost of digging is minimized. So here is what you do to solve this problem. Imagine the situation with 3 consecutive shafts. One of them is here, one of them is there. We will for now assume that these 2 locations are fixed, and now we are looking for the location of the third one in between them. So this is at xi, this is xi plus 2, and we are looking for this xi plus 1 to find the optimal cost for transporting the dirt out of this region. So what is going on here, as this is a triangle, everything is similar to itself, so there is a constant k such that this is k times xi, this is k times xi plus 1, this is k times xi plus 2. And now, if you take a piece of dirt here, it will be transported via this shaft because this is the shortest of those 3 distances. In fact, what will happen is that here is a spot such that this plus this is the same as this. This spot has to be there because this k is guaranteed to be less than 1. So all of this dirt goes like this, all of this dirt goes like there, and the dirt from here, the left half goes there, the right half goes there, and this allows us to compute the total cost for this part. And now for each of these vertical shafts, we get one such equation that says that this, where is the optimal location between them. Now the probably easiest from the implementation side solution is at this point to stop thinking and to implement a solution that numerically optimizes this set of equations, and it should reasonably quickly converge to the optimal locations of those canats. Of course, you can also write it down as an actual system of equations and find the solution, or you can even spend some more time with pen and paper and realize that there is a closed form for the solution that can then be implemented. The trick to finding the closed form is to realize that everything like scales, so it's the same if you are here or if you are here and you are wider, and it will turn out that the proportions between those vertical shafts will somehow satisfy some very simple recurrence and can actually be hardwired into the solution. But probably one of the solutions where you leave more of the computing to your computer and not to your teammate with pen and paper is the better way to go. Okay, that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Sidi Ali, the World Finals Director this year. We've been watching together the contest. I mean, it unfolds really quickly. Like, how many problems there were when you went to the IBM press conference?
When I went to the press conference, we had that super good news, which is the first problem to be solved was in 5 minutes, and that was a record in itself, which is great. And after that, when we started, we were with the best team solving 5 problems. Then during the press conference, it was already at 7, and out of the press conference, we're at 10, which is amazing.
Yeah, this year is we have ITMO in the lead with 10 problems. University of Tokyo with 9, Moscow State with 9, University of California, Berkeley with 9. And interesting, among top 4 teams, we have 3 teams who are leaders in their in those regions.
Yes.
That's really unique.
It's a tough competition, and all the regions are fighting really hard for the trophy. So this is good news, and we have a whole 1 hour and a half to go.
Yeah, and you see, I see you kind of relaxed right now. Like the teams are busy, but because your hard problems were already finished. So we made some fun on the next World Final director Amarin. So we asked him to guess what would be the most important skill that he has to know, and he didn't guess the top one. The top one is to solve problems, just of a different kind.
Exactly.
That's what World Finance director does.
Yes.
So, what do you, when it's over, are you going to try it again?
This is an interesting question, and quite honestly, immediately when a woman gives birth, she thinks, this is going to be the last baby. I'm not adding any more babies. But a few weeks later, she's ready to have another baby because the baby is so you love the baby so much that you want to make more babies, right? And this contest is so nice and so fulfilling that yes, you get tired, but after that, you're ready to organize another one. Just to see all these people, just to serve all these people, just to get again with this beautiful community of the ICPC from all over the world. That's a bless.
That's interesting. And so tell us a little bit about how you picked the venues for the contest. Why? So with this beautiful place we're here, beautiful resort, how it came to be the venue for this year's World Finals?
Sure. Thank you for asking this question, because we actually, I would say, struggled a little bit to set on this final choice. Morocco has beautiful cities, a great diversity. Marrakesh is different from Fez, and Fez is different from Agadir, and Agadir is different from Tangier. They're all beautiful, they all have facilities, but we needed a place that would be very symbolic for a lot of people, and a place that has a lot of exotism, things that they haven't never seen before. And Marrakesh is being a world capital for big events. Just the past month, Marrakesh hosted a WTCC championship. It hosted a worldwide film festival. It hosted a large conference by the WTO, large conferences on different things. And so in terms of what it has to offer for participants from all over the world, in terms of tourism, but also in terms of professional and business services, Marrakesh came first. And Marrakesh was also a choice because it's interesting that we have 3 host universities. So we wouldn't want to organize the event in one of the cities where we have a host university. So we kind of needed to go to a third party or a city where nobody will claim you're my hosts or you're in my territory. So that was the choice of Marrakesh. The choice of the Palmeraie itself, it's a beautiful place, of course, and it has this magnificent tent that we have beautifully decorated for the event. Initially, we wanted to have the contest floor in the tent, okay? So that it's really exotic, it's really amazing. It's a place where, and it was like, in the beginning, a crazy idea. Run it by Bill and said, why don't we have a contest in a tent? And he said, wow, that would be fantastic. Of course, when we did our first operations visit, it turned out that, well, it's beautiful, it's exotic, but it comes with a lot of challenges. In Marrakesh, the weather is usually hot, and participants have experienced the hot temperature of 45 degrees Celsius, but then it cooled down to 35. 35 is still hot, but yeah, for us
much better.
It's much better, exactly. So we decided to switch and have the contest floor in this convention center and have the ceremonies in the tent. That is to give all the participants a feel of being in a Moroccan tent, basically. So that's how we chose the Palmeraie, and we're very fortunate that our 1,300 participants are all in the same vicinity, right? We have them close by. It's easy for them to move from one place to the other. They can chill, they can explore, they can have fun, all in one place.
Oh, that's interesting. Thank you for sharing this. How many other World Finals you've been on before? No, I mean as a guest, not of course.
As a guest,
how many you've seen personally, firsthand?
I've been to the World Finals of Eindhoven. That's when we first met.
Yeah.
And
that
then
it
was in '99.
Oh, that was relevant.
Yeah, last century.
Last century. So long
yes,
ago.
a long time ago, exactly. And then in the year 2000 in Orlando. And after that, it was last year in Yekaterinburg.
I see. So it's interesting. So you see, it's like contest in leaps and bounds.
Yeah.
Like you haven't been so. From your previous World Finals to the community work, like did the change that happened to the World Finals amazed you? Like when you're trying?
A lot. I mean, again, it's really amazing. This is a very unique event, and it never stops surprising us, right? There's always something new. There's always something nice, and sure enough, I mean, because the challenge here is that each edition is the best of the best.
Of course.
So everybody's trying hard, very, very hard to make it the best and unforgettable experience. It's not really about comparing competitions or different editions of the World Finals based on some metrics or something like that. It's more of how what kind of impression you leave on the participants and how they go back home. Whether they go back home happy, excited, feeling like they had something that only happens once in their lives, and that's what we're here for. We're here to make sure that happens.
This year you've given contestants the whole resort day just to less here. So how this idea appeared? Where it came from?
The idea came from looking at past events and thinking about, okay, how can we do something different? How can we make it easy for everyone? How can we keep it an experience where people get to connect a lot? Okay, because some teams when they come, they're in a full concentration mode. They want to keep focusing and not, preparing and remembering stuff and getting ready. So they sometimes miss the opportunity to connect with other students from other universities, from other parts of the world. So this year we're trying to have them mingle as much as possible. The IBM activities helped a lot. I mean, with the chill zone and the hackathon and things like that, people got to be in the same place, okay? And hopefully they'll go back home with many, many friends.
Oh yeah, lots of people use the opportunity of the resort day to go to downtown Marrakesh. We saw some nice video, some screen shot from downtown, and we certainly hope they all get a fun and connected together. Thank you for that opportunity from me personally and from everybody. Me being the organizer in a sense, I'm got that lots of fun stuff to do.
Yeah.
I have to work, but for the teams, that's your unique experience.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Very happy that we were able to do that.
Thank you very much, and we'll get back watching the contest.
Hello everybody, my name is Michal Forisek, also known as Misov, and now I'm going to present a solution for problem J, tile cutting. In this problem, we have some set of rectangular tiles, and we are cutting tiles that have the shape of a parallelogram. So these two sides are equally long and parallel, and these two sides are equally long and parallel. And the question is that for a given area of this parallelogram tile, there can be many different shapes that produce it. All of the dimensions, of course, have to be integers, so there's only finitely many shapes. And now we are interested in many different areas, so we are given as the input two numbers, a low and an high. They define an interval of areas. For each of these areas, we are supposed to compute the number of different tiles of this shape with the given area and take the maximum out of these. So how to approach such a problem? The key observation is to write down a formula for the area as follows. So suppose we label the sides like this, A and B, and C and D. Then this is also B, this is A, this is C, and this is D. So this entire rectangle has the area A plus C, which is this side, times B plus D, which is this side. And now we have to subtract the triangles we are cutting off. So this triangle and this triangle are both A times B over 2. So this is minus AB, and then minus CD for these two triangles. So we are left with the following formula. The area of the tile is the sum of two products, A times D plus B times C. So if we were solving this problem for one fixed area, what you can do is you can iterate over all values of this, and each time you take this value and you count the number of ways it can be divided into a product of two numbers. So this is the number of divisors of this value. You take the number of divisors of this value and you multiply those two counts together and you add it up and you get the result. And this is actually one valid way of solving this problem. You can realize that with this range being only up to 500,000 numbers, you can pre-compute all of the answers, store enough information in your source code. The source code size limit is 128 kilobytes. So for instance, divide this entire interval of areas from 1 to 500,000 into segments of length 50. For each of them, you pre-compute the maximum, and then you do the additional computations needed in your code, actually. So that's the entire solution. But so far, the more popular solution is one that involves more mathematics. And the trick is that here we are combining two different things, and we are doing a convolution. So we are taking all possibilities how to decompose this into a product. We are taking all possibilities how to do this. So we will start by solving the easier task, just taking a single number and decomposing it into a product of two numbers. So this is just for each number, count how many divisors it has. And we can formally write it down as such a polynomial, the number of divisors of n times x to the n, and sum over all interesting values of n. And now if you take the square of this polynomial, the coefficients of the result will actually correspond to the convolution, to the thing that you take two different numbers and you combine those counts together. So you just have to compute the square of this polynomial, and this can be done quickly using the fast Fourier transform. And actually many of the top teams have the fast Fourier transform in their code libraries, and we have seen submissions that are using it already. And that's it for this problem. Thank you.
And welcome back to the Flash Zone. We're here now with Bakhut Matkarimov. You are the sub-regional director for Kazakhstan, correct?
From NIRC, yes, Northeastern Regional Contest.
So you're in a very strong region, but Kazakhstan doesn't always get someone into the finals, and you do have a team this year.
Yes, this year, and our team is entering second time to World Finals, this team. No, usually we enter at World Final several times, but just what I'm concerned, we don't enter every year. And it is, you know, our region is really very strong and very difficult to enter World Final through our region. Yeah.
As well as being a sub-regional director, you're actually involved with the team that's here, right?
Yes, when I start ICPC in Kazakhstan, I was also coach. I organized training and trained teams. But last year, my students start training teams, and I becoming advisor. So I'm also in my team of Nazarbayev University. I am stated as advisor. Yes.
So that sounds like what you're doing is building a regional infrastructure that you can step out and have other people take over and have more coaches, more training.
Oh yes, oh yes. This is my main goal, to build a team in Kazakhstan, because people entering Olympiad, then they leaving Olympiad as contestants, and very important that they then become coaches. And in any case, this motion always permanent, and you always have a large number of members. This happened in Russia, for example. In Russia, there are many competitive centers, and they are working together, and this is the main reason that they have good achievements at ICPC and at other programming contests. In Kazakhstan, it seems to be hard. I can say that my students usually they go to US to work or to continue study. For example, one of my students now in Massachusetts Institute of Technology team.
So sometimes the regional teams, like the American teams, are not all made of local people.
Yes. Okay. Yes. If you see, for example, American teams or any university, so you can find that students representing this university, they come from many different countries. And in this sense, I can say that at least 4 Kazakh contestants are here. One is MIT, one is Nazarbayev University.
Congratulations. You're also organizing an informatics Olympiad. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes. Okay. First, it happened because I initiated ICPC in Kazakhstan. And then I was asked to also work on International Olympiad in Informatics for high school students. So I am understanding that this is, in some sense, it's a preliminary step for ICPC. Well, and my experience in ICPC was very important to organize our high school education and to get some good results also in IOI, we say. Also, I can say that if you look ICPC community, IOI community, they intersect very well.
And as we see more of these training competitions, of this training infrastructure, are teams getting better? Are the top teams now better than they were 10 or 15 years ago?
Well, contest is developing always. It's difficult to say better or not better, because, for example, the only team that twice was absolute champion of ICPC is St. Petersburg State University, and this year also we're expecting that at least one, our great champion Gennady Korotkevich will reach this result. So we are willing for this, but it is difficult to say what means better. What is really simple to say, that contest is developing and it becomes harder. But because one very important thing of our contest is this, it's opportunity of internet training. We have a lot of internet sites. We have a lot of international resources, open, free, absolutely free, and students educating. For example, before, if you look, International Olympiad in Informatics, before there was a set of countries who every member always get medals. So they have 4 medals every year. Now, no, because we got medals from many countries.
Okay, so it sounds like we're building up a global level of skill, and people are building on what they do. Thank you very much. Good luck to Nazarbayev, and I'm afraid we're out of time, but thank you and good luck.
We're here back to studio with Jerry Lin, IBM Director of Open Technology from IBM's sponsorship team. I'm so glad to have you here in the studio. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
The IBM's effort has been so instrumental, into the success of the contest over the past 17 years. Could you tell a little bit what's for IBM in this relationship?
Well, first of all, let me just give you a little bit of personal perspective. Okay. It's been a delight being here, interacting with the contestants in a calmer environment than I had expected. The students have been great. They've been very receptive to talking to the IBM team that I brought here and things along those lines. We get a great deal out of it from a relationship with new students and universities. But fundamentally, this is about the students and the contestants. It's less about IBM and more about the students and helping them grow. One of our prime objectives, in addition to supporting the ICPC contest itself, is to introduce students to new technology. What is it that they're going to be doing when they leave university? So we actually have brought people here to talk to them about the IBM Cloud and Bluemix and the Internet of Things. We actually had a large event earlier this week called the Tech Trek, where we had people on stage very enthusiastically talking about those topics. And showing how much fun it can be to actually work in this area.
Thank you. So you personally, how long you've been involved with ICPC?
Actually, I began with ICPC this year. This is my first event, and I guess maybe that contributes to my enthusiasm and the interest that I've seen from the students. Right, for me, it's new, yeah, so this is my very first event.
Do you have a favorite team in this year's contest?
I am rooting for all of the teams as sponsor.
But?
Yeah. No, there's no but. There is no but. There is absolutely no but. I'm serious. I just really like the contest, the kids, and things along those lines. No personal favorites.
Okay. So the first time you came here, how much the reality of what you saw differs from what you expected it to be?
I think my expectation about the contest was approximately what I was led to believe. Because I've interacted with people who have done this many times before. It's actually Morocco that has surprised me in a very positive way. The people are so friendly and nice. I was led to believe that it was going to be much more hot than it has turned out to be. So it's been very pleasant and a very nice experience.
When you arrived here, how many days ago? When you arrived here, how many days ago?
I came in on Saturday.
Oh, Saturday. That was cold by that time.
Yes.
People who came in earlier reported a much hotter experience.
Right, exactly. So I had gotten those early reports.
Yeah. Yeah, so we've got lucky with the weather here.
Yes, very much so.
But giving about the getting back from person more about IBM. So IBM's been a long-time supporter.
Yes.
Yeah, a huge commitment to the contest success. So what's valuable? What value can you see in the contest, in the whole competitive stuff for the competition? Why you support this particular competition? What's it different from others? There's lots of competition out there, but
Sure.
you support this one.
Well, IBM began its participation over about 18 years ago. And one of the things that we've noticed with this competition is how much it's grown, right? It's grown by 1,500%. Reaching 38,000 students last year, and it looks like it's going to break through 40,000 students this year as they come through regionals. And what I think we actually see here is the increase in the knowledge and the expertise that the contestants are acquiring along the way. Ultimately, that leads to more talent that will be available for business, for industry, for the sciences, and hopefully applied socially and to society. So IBM actually has a great deal of interest in social good and things along, giving back to communities and the like. This is one way to give back, while at the same time, actually helping with universities to train the next set of IBMers, the next leaders, whether they're for IBM or anyone else for that matter. So it's just helping the entire community and helping education in this particular area grow and thrive.
Thank you. I mean, that's the ICM ICPC really the largest and the most prestigious competition, but that's in many in many aspects due to IBM. So I mean, you've grown this contest this way.
We've helped. It's a community effort, right? There's no two ways about it. The number of individuals that I've met, that are volunteers at ICPC to make this happen, we supplement that. We're not driving it, we're supplementing it, and I think that's but it's a great community. Everybody is enthusiastic. Everybody behind the scenes is working very, very diligently, as are you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your continued support. Thanks you for coming, spending some time with us.
Absolutely.
Telling about. We're always glad to see you here. Hope you'll also come next year. We've seen some really nice videos about next year's World Finals in Thailand, and we hope you'll join us.
Okay,
too.
I'd like to. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello again. My name is Fredrik Heinz, and I'm the Director of ICPC Analytics. And now I have the great pleasure of presenting the final problem in the problem set, Problem M, Window Manager. And this problem is all about creating a window manager for your smartphone. So now that people are used to smartphones, we are used to clicking using the touch screen and also to move things around. We want these windows to obey physical laws. So it means that when you move a window and it touches another window, you want that other window to move along. So your job is now to implement this window manager, or rather 4 commands of this window manager. The first command is open, so you can open a window at a certain XY location with a certain width and certain height. The second command is close, and that's basically a user pressing on the window and wanting to close it. So you're given the X and Y coordinates of the touch, and then you have to find out, is there a window at this location? And if there is a window at this location, you will close it. And then we have a resize command. Again, you touch your phone and you get the XY position. And if there is a window there, you try to change its width and height according to the resize command. And finally, the most exciting command of all, we have a move command. And here again, we have a click on the screen, X, Y position, and then we have a change in X or a change in Y. And if there is a change in X, you will move the window that many pixels to, if it's positive to the right or negative to the left. And we know that either dx or dy will be 0, so all movements will either be horizontal or vertical. So, to give a concrete example, assuming we have these 3 windows, A, B, and C, and there is a 10 pixel gap between the different windows and also the edge of the screen. And we give now a command, move 50, 50, 40, 0. And at the position 50, 50, there is window A. So we can then find out that it's window A that we want to move, and we want to move it 40 pixels to the right. And now we see that this will collide. And that means that we will get this final state of the system. Next slide, please. Thank you. So now we see that after moving A, it will push into B, which will push into C, which will meet the border of the screen. And since there was only 10 pixels between each window, it means that we could only move 30 pixels instead of 40. So the answer, in some sense, the reply to this move command will be that you move 30 instead of 40. So this is the most challenging of these commands. And to give a more interesting example, I would like to have the next slide, please. Thank you. So what we see here is that we have a much more complex set of windows. And if we do a naive solution, basically do a recursive solution, so that we move one window and we see where it touches another window, and then we recursively see what other windows it touches and tries to move them, we will see that we will get multiple paths through this set of windows, so that we get a really poor performing solution, basically exponential solution if we do it naively. So a proper solution is either to do this kind of recursive variant and do some memorization to remember what windows have already been moved, or probably more easier is to sort the windows. If you want to do a horizontal move, then you sort them horizontally, and then you process them one by one. Since you know how much everything to the left have moved, you know how much more you want to move to right, and then you can see how much do you want to move until you get to the final part here, and you see if you touch the screen, you might not, at the end of the screen, you might not be able to move all that, and then you need to remember how much you wasn't able to move, and then propagate that back again. So we believe that this will be also a relatively easy problem, probably not the easiest problem, but still most likely be solved in about an hour or so. Thank you very much.
So we're back to studio after solving our technical problem with Alero, which is the director of North American contest. But let me first note that very important milestone has passed in the contest. We're now 4 hours, 5 minutes into the contest. And that means that the scoreboard is frozen and there's not as much information about the contest we can report, unfortunately. We only see the submissions the team do to solve a problem, but we don't know whether it was accepted or rejected. So while we can discuss and speculate what's going on, we'll truly know who's the winner of this contest only at the closing ceremony. So far, we have 2 teams leading. St. Petersburg ITMO and Moscow State University, with Tokyo and Peking up next. But let's get back to our guest. Ali, so you have the really big, so you're director of many different contests throughout North America. How many are there?
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. North America is US and Canada, and we have 11 regions over USA and Canada. And our contest is a little different than Asia or Europe. Most regions, with the exception of one, they just have one regional contest. The universities hold a local tryout or local contest to select their team members, and they go to their regional contests, with the exception of one region where they have preliminary and then they have their regional contests. Many universities have expressed interest to have a North America championship. So we need to look into the feasibility, the financial aspect and the timing with visa and everything. And I'm sure there are other implications, so we need to really study it very carefully, see if it is feasible to have a North America championship. But answering your question, we have 11 regional contests.
Yeah, and so what you think would be the advantage of having one big North American contest?
Well, we will still have the regional contests, the way it is now, 11 regional contests. The idea is the North America, the way it is now, many teams go to regional contests, and typically 25 or so teams from North America go to World Championship. The idea of North America Championship, more teams will go to North America Championship, maybe like 55, 60 teams. So instead of 25, and also many universities that it is difficult for them to make it to World Championship round, they have a good chance making it to North America Championship. So that is the selling point when they talk to their administrators or when they talk to companies for fundraising and so forth. They say that we made it to North America Championship. It's like a lot of sports, they have the European Championship, Asian Championship, and then of course they have the Worldwide Championship. So this is the same thing, there is Worldwide Championship, but maybe there is also a North America Championship. But as I said, you can't really jump into doing something. You need to study it very carefully, make sure it will be successful, As I said, the major 2 things that comes to mind right away is the financial part of it. Make sure you have funding for several years, not just 1 year. And also the timing, because the North America Championship obviously has to be after regional, and it has to be before World Championship, but it has to be enough time for team member to get visa wherever they go, because there are students and teams in USA and Canada who would need visa to go where the World Championship is. So just as an example, if World Championship happens to be in February, like when it was in Harvard, and then regional end mid-November, it's very difficult to have a North America Championship after mid-November, before mid-February, and then have enough time to get visa.
Do you remember the last time when the World Finals was in North America?
Yeah, when there was a difficulty with Egypt, and we had to postpone holding the contest in Egypt, we were really happy to step in and have the contest in Orlando in 2011.
Yeah, are you looking to bring the contest back to the North America?
Oh,
anytime
definitely,
soon?
definitely. This contest is the largest event, more than 100 countries and more than 12,000 teams. So it is really an honor to host the World Championship run. So we have proposed to hosted. The tentative plan is 2020, but if things come up and they have to reshuffle, we'll be more than excited, more than happy to do it earlier.
What's the proposal? What site is that? Can you share that?
It is Orlando. We're going to do it in Orlando.
Okay.
The Orlando that has a lot of attractions for visitors from Europe and Asia, like Disney and Universal and SeaWorld, but also our downtown is a very cultural. There are some cultural things we can show our guests. The area attraction, we can show the downtown area, and also our University of Central Florida. They are doing very, very interesting work in research, and we'll be more than happy to share it with the cream of the crop in the world. They appreciate the scientific work at UCF when they see it. We have some good researchers at UCF.
What's your favorite team for this year's contest?
Well, I have to root for University of Central Florida because they are from my school, but being from North America, obviously, I'm rooting for North America. And it's been a few years since a team from North America has won the World Championship. So it would be nice if a team from North America wins the championship, hopefully this year or very soon.
Yeah, you see that as the time that the contest frozen, the University of California at Berkeley was at 6th place with just one problem behind the leaders, so it gives them good chance to get medals.
If they get a couple more, it would be nice if a team from North America wins this competition.
Yeah, thank you for coming and telling your story to us.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Let's get back to the contest floor.
Zone, here with Hazar, who's the head of the volunteer organisation for the host. And I'd just like to ask you, what's it like organising the volunteers? How much work is it?
Organizing volunteers is a lot of work, but it's a lot of fun as well. It was a perfect experience for me as a student volunteer coordinator, and they're really great students.
Are they all local students? Are they all from Marrakesh? Are they all from Morocco?
Yeah. They are from local university in Marrakesh, I mean most of them, but some of them are from the host universities. The local university in Marrakesh is Qadaiyad University, so most of them are from Qadaiyad University.
And what makes them want to do this? Are they computer students who are busy trying to become an ICPC contestant? Or are they here to practice English? Are they here because they just like volunteering?
Most of them are computer scientists, but they are here for the fun, they are here for the networking, they are here to meet new people, to interact with others, and to live the experience in its full.
So I noticed that they do interact. They're friendly, they smile and say hello, which is great, and they're helpful. How many volunteers do you have?
I have over 120 volunteers who are ready to help whoever participants and greet them and smile to them and help them with everything, including carrying stuff, including airports, and they're really wonderful.
I can certainly say they've made a difference. How are they organized? Do they organize sort of just as 100 and something people that you ring up, or are they organized into teams?
Well, they are of course organized into teams because I cannot handle 120 student volunteers. So there are technical volunteers, there are ceremonies volunteers, there are registration volunteers, there are help desk volunteers. So I split them into different categories, and each category has a sub-lead, and everything reports back to me.
That's great. And finally, how long do the volunteers work?
That's a very difficult question. I would say that they wake up in 7 a.m. in the morning, and I swear they stay very late in the evening, sometimes until 4 a.m. And some of them have to wake up at 4 a.m. Just this morning, for balloons, they have to work up at 4 a.m. to just prepare for everything. So they really worked really hard, and I'd love to thank them for all the great work they've done. Whether they are from the local university or Al Akhawain University or Mondia Police University or Mohammed V University. They were really great. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, thanks to your volunteers. I can attest they really are great. They're extremely helpful. Thank you very much. And now we're actually going to change interviews, and we're going to interview Karen Schneider, who is a parent of one of the contestants. Can you tell us a little bit about who is the contestant that you're come to see?
Absolutely. Well, I support my entire son's team, but I mainly am here because I wanted to share the enthusiasm and the excitement from my son, Eric Schneider, and also his coach, which coincidentally happens to be my husband, Adam Schneider, and all their peers in this wonderful pursuit that they're here for.
So your husband's not a professional coach, right?
He actually is not. He has a full-time job, and the team needed an on-site coach who could be supportive both before and during the competition. And my husband volunteered, and I couldn't not stay in the United States. I wanted to come and travel halfway around the world to be part of the excitement that is here today.
And do you think it's more stressful being the coach or being the mum and watching?
I think it depends who you ask. Of course, it's always a little stressful watching the competitors. I find that the parents are often more stressed out than the students. The students are well prepared. They're obviously excited to be here. Watching as a spectator and watching the board change numbers, we feel the butterflies sometimes a little bit more, I think, than many of the competitors.
So I guess Eric's been preparing for this for a while. What sort of growth have you watched him go through? What sort of work has he had to go through? And how much of it do you understand?
We'll ask the latter question first. Unfortunately, very little of the specifics. I know that inner motivation is the most important aspect, I think, for many of these contestants. Adam and my son Eric has competed in other competitions around the world. He won a gold medal at the International Physics Olympiad in Estonia while he was in high school. And then he traveled to Beijing, China for a world mathematics competition, which he also, I'm very proud, as a proud mom, to say that he also won a gold medal there. They don't give gold medals at this competition, or maybe they do, I guess they do. But I've always said that it's really not about the medal. It's about just the effort that the students all put in, the excitement that they have for whatever the competition is based on, whether it's computer programming, whether it's mathematics, science. I think that just watching the kids be excited to show each other, themselves, and the world what it is that you can accomplish when you put in hours of practice, when you have dedication. And I think that everybody here, every parent watching at home, should be immensely proud of their student, regardless of whether they're the first team or the 128th team. I think they're all tremendous students.
Yeah, that's certainly true. And I guess the other thing it's about is traveling around the world, meeting different people and different perspectives.
Oh, absolutely. The camaraderie of the students from all the different countries is amazing. I know from my son's experience at the International Olympiad, he has friends from as far away as Nairobi and China and all across the world, and not just the other states in the United States. And the support from peers is that they have given advice. In some countries, in some cities, they don't have the resources that other places are fortunate. And the community, the world has become much smaller by way of the internet. And it's amazing, as a parent, from a different generation. I grew up without computers in my home. We didn't have computers then. To watch these students communicate and just show that you can get along with every culture. And that, I think, is an important lesson, because to watch these students from every country, whether politically their governments get along, is completely irrelevant, I think, to every student here. And that, I think, is a key lesson in addition to the programming.
Thank you very much. Good luck to the team.
Hi, this is Michael Levin again, and I will tell you the solution to problem K, tours. This is considered to be the hardest problem of these World Finals, and it will probably stay unsolved for a long time. So the problem statement tells us basically about some graph. We have nodes and edges, and we should color the edges into some number of colors, so that for any cycle in this graph, the number of edges of each color on this cycle should be equal. The constraints are pretty tough, so there are at most 2000 nodes and at most 2000 edges. So there are a lot of graphs possible, actually. So to give you an example of what can be the solution here, for example, for this graph with 4 nodes and 4 edges, we have 3 different answers. One answer is, which is always possible, one color. We just color all edges in the same color and it is a correct solution. Another one is drawn here, 2 black edges and 2 blue edges. So 2 colors is also possible. There is only one loop here. And also 4 colors is possible in this case if we color each of the edges in its own color. So 1, 2, and 4 are answers for this case. And for this case, from the problem statement, the answer is only 1, because we have cycles of length 4 and 3. And if we want some number of colors possible, it should divide length of each cycle. So only 1 divides both 3 and 4. So here answer is only 1. So how to solve this problem? The first thing that comes to mind is that we should somehow find the greatest common divisor of all lengths of cycles, and then all numbers that are possible number of colors should divide it and find all divisors, and that's all. But that's not a correct solution. So of course it is necessary that the correct answer divides this number, which is GCD, but it is not sufficient. For example, in this case, we have a graph with 6 nodes and 7 edges, and this graph has 3 cycles, one of length 6 and 2 cycles of length 4. So the GCD is 2. But you can check for yourself that 2 colors for this graph is actually impossible. So this is one of the tricky corner cases. So one other thing you could do is you could consider all cycles of the graph and then write a system of linear equations to check whether this number of colors is possible or not. But it will be too big of a system, because actually with these constraints a full graph on 50 nodes and even more is possible. Full graph on 50 nodes is not that interesting because the GCD of all cycle lengths will be 1 and that is easy to show. But if you, for example, make 2 edges out of each edge, or 3 or 4, then the GCD will be already non-trivial. And the number of cycles in such a graph is around 2 to the power of 50, which is too much to consider in any solution. So, what is the intended solution? So first, we should notice that edges that are bridges don't participate in any cycle, so we can remove them safely. They don't influence the solution. And then we should make some pretty neat notion of equivalence. So you can see that if, for example, we consider this edge, these 4 edges which are like in a row, then all of these 4 edges should be in any cycle altogether. So this is like true about nodes with degree 2, but that's not all the cases where some edges must be in all cycles together. Actually, if we think about that, then we can find an equivalence class for each edge, such that all edges in the equivalence class must be in all cycles together. And how to find that? We just remove some of the edges. For example, we remove this edge, and then we find bridges, all the bridges in the remaining doubly connected component. So it was doubly connected, but after removing this bridge, it is already not doubly connected, and then there are some bridges. And on this example, this edge, these 4, this one, and these 2 are edges which are in the same class of equivalence. And so always the number of edges with the same, with each color in this class of equivalence should be the same. We can prove that. So if you look at this example, and we make 2 cycles. One is like an external cycle going through bridge, then external part of this cycle, these bridges, then external part, bridge, external part, bridge, and so on. This is one cycle. Another one would be to go edge, internal part of the cycle, bridge, internal part, bridge, internal part, and so on. So these are 2 cycles in this graph, and in both of them the number of edges of each color should be equal. But if we, so to say, subtract one cycle from another one, what is left is these edges in the class of equivalence. So we can see that it is necessary that on any such class there will be equal number of edges for each color. This is necessary, and it can be shown to be sufficient actually, because in any cycle it consists of a set of equivalence classes, basically because they have to be in the cycle altogether. And so the necessary and sufficient condition for the number of colors to be correct is that it divides all the sizes of all classes of equivalence that we can find this way. So basically what we need to do is to compute the greatest common divisor of all the sizes of equivalence classes, and then output all divisors of this number, and then we get the profit. Thanks.
We're back to our studio with the very special person, Executive Director of the ACM International Collegiate Programming, Countess Bill Poucher. I'm so happy to have you here.
Well, thank you, Roman. I am delighted to be here.
You've been, for many people who volunteer in participating here. You are kind of embodiment, physical embodiment of the contest, because you've been here for so long. You know all the stories, how it's all went to be, you know. So it's always, everybody wants to know, to ask questions, you know. For example, we just, you know, right now it's 4:32 into the contest, and the results are frozen. Where is this tradition to froze the results? How it went to be?
Well, you know, most of the time people get surprised about it, but originally the contest problems were not judged automatically. And so part of it was simply that most of the problems submitted were in the last hour, and we just simply had not worked out how to report the standings to the students. But then we realized that it was actually quite exciting to delay the standings, and so we started talking about it, and one of the persons said, you know, one of the benefits of not reporting standings is that we're trying to send the message, don't worry about how the other teams are doing, worry about solving some more problems. So we do tell the teams whether they were right or wrong on the problem, so there is some information slippage, but that's really how it got started.
So it's not about, you know, it's more about, you know, teams not worrying what others do than about hiding it from the coach. Because this year, you know, everybody who's on site, and it's been possible for several other years, they see team workstation, so the coaches can see what team is coding, they can see their screen, so they kind of know what team solved. But yeah, you're right, teams know that.
The other interesting thing is when you freeze the scoreboard like this, then everybody really has to dig in to figure out what is going on and what's really happening. And there are a lot of these eureka moments. Oh my goodness, if this happens, if this happens, if this happens. If you're updating the scoreboard every instant, then actually there's not so much time to think. You know, sometimes it's not just the result, but it's the trip.
I see. Yeah, and we've seen this year's the huge competition, lots of strong teams. So we have problem solved by every team.
Yeah,
which stark contrast to the last year when many people went home not solving anything.
Yes, well, you know, it's one of those things. Crafting a problem set is very important. If you have a few problems that you're confident that all the teams can do when they're under great stress, then the teams will open up and do their best. But sometimes if you're having a problem with a problem just because you're not thinking quite right, you can lock up and then not do anything at all afterwards. So I'm really glad that all the teams are doing well. This is a challenging problem set.
Yeah, they do. I mean, it's definitely helps their morale.
Yeah, I think, you know, without a doubt, this is the strongest World Finals ever. When I was looking at the frozen results, there are something like 30 teams that could have won the world champion in previous years just based on their performance here at the 4th hour.
Oh yeah, yeah, it is. It is. We have some really strong teams here. So, speaking about the contest, like as a whole, we've talked with few regional contest directors who actually super region contest director.
Yes.
So that there's region on top of super regions, and there's whole different regional structure, and every subregion is autonomous and does things their own little bit different way.
Yeah.
How this structure came to why it's not like centralized, you know, is.
Yeah, I think partly because the competition is a contest of the universities of the world. And so the organization of universities is much more grassroots. Many universities are substantially older than the community that supports them in many respects. So what we did is we tried to simply build a community. You know, come to think of it, I'm not sure we tried to do anything. We simply tried not to be an obstacle for success And when you're dealing with academics and looking at people who love to solve problems, if you just stay out of the way, you're actually going to be pretty successful.
Oh yeah, there's the volunteer community is really great. You could get this, feel it in the air. And another question related to the contest history. So when we watch the contest floor, there's every problem solved gets a balloon. How this tradition came to be?
Okay, well that was pretty interesting. AT&T was our sponsor, and of course AT&T really loved networking because they were trying to encourage people to network computers. Now this was back in, I think, 1990, and we were in Washington, D.C. Now, what happened is that when we networked the computers so that submissions were electronic, it wasn't as exciting. See, before then, you would save onto a floppy disk, sort of like a thumb drive, and then you would turn it in, and then you would get notification back. So there's a lot of activity on the contest floor. So, you know, basically I looked out there and I thought, well, you know, there needs to be something that visualizes this. So I thought, balloons, let's go get some balloons. So we went to a store to get balloons, and I thought, well, they needed to be all the same color, probably, because we didn't want to give away too much information. Well, they didn't have enough balloons of all the same colors, so we just got a color for every problem, and then there was discussion about how to do that, and we just decided, hey, this is actually quite nice, because in an instant, you can tell what the score is by just looking at the balloons.
Thank you, that's a really interesting story. And we have prepared a small game for you based on the ICPC history.
Okay.
Let's see what's our first question to you. We'll be guessing the World Finals by photo. We'll give you a photo. You are to guess what World Finals that was.
Oh my goodness, I hope I can do that.
So let's take a look at the first one.
Okay.
Can you remember what that was?
Absolutely. That was in St. Petersburg.
You're absolutely
right. Oh, that was a great
2004.
Yeah.
No, it
I
was.
Mean, oh my goodness. All I had to do is look for that thing. So, sorry, off by a year.
Yeah.
Yekaterinburg. But I did learn how to say it right.
Yeah, they look close because they both were in the.
They were similar.
They were similar because they both had in the hall. Do you remember this hall?
The mirrors. Oh my goodness. That's terrible. I mean, I'm 0 for 1 right now. But, okay, they're balloons, so it's after 1990.
Let's get the right answer.
Yeah. No, let's see what the right answer.
It was,
of course.
It
was so wonderful. It was.
It was a
Smecna
beautiful.
Hall.
Smecna was.
Yes.
Yeah. It was Prague. Yeah. So I mean, it was a beautiful hall there.
Oh, just absolutely gorgeous. Have we got a few more? Let's hope that I'm not as. Oh, Harbin, China.
That was easy one.
Thanks. Thanks. You know, the old guys.
Yes, that's.
Oh my goodness.
And
this was This was in Orlando.
No, of
course.
You
can't beat that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And this one?
Oh, now my goodness, that is Warsaw.
Warsaw.
And in fact, we had a huge poster on the skyscraper in Warsaw.
That's the one we saw there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's lots of history, you know.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for giving me a quiz, and I'm going to have to go over that. I should have, you know, the thing is, when I saw the mirrors, I thought, Hall of Mirrors. No, we didn't use the Hall of Mirrors. But in Stockholm, we used every location that a Nobel Prize had ever been awarded or a Nobel celebration had occurred. You know, the great thing is to see the community come together and say, hey, you know, this is really important, and let's get this message out, and let's make memories that last a lifetime. And that's what's happening right here. Memories that last a lifetime. And the contest started at exactly the right time. It's executing, and it's absolutely great. You know, now I'm going to announce that this is going to be the greatest World Finals ever, because every year that's what we set.
Yeah,
right?
they're better every year, of course.
But the bottom line is the only reason that it's the best is because the preceding year's World Finals was even better. You know, we get better when we use our brains to pose solutions that build, and that's what we do in the ICPC. Roman?
Thank you very much. Thank
Yeah,
you very much.
you bet.
We'll go to review of other. We have lots of problems to review this year. We'll get back to our problems.
Sounds good. Well, take care.
Hi everybody, welcome back. My name is Jan Kuipers and this time I'm going to present problem G, pipe stream. It turned out to be one of the hardest problems in the set. In this problem we have one pipe, a long pipe of length L, and there is some stuff flowing through it at a constant speed V. And the problem is estimate this speed V. Well, that's not as easy as it seems, for you cannot look through the pipe, so the only thing you can do is knock on the pipe. Every 1 second you can just knock on a place on the pipe, and from the sound you get back you can determine whether the stuff has gone through there or not. There are a couple of things to make life a little easier. You know an interval that the velocity is in. This is in an interval v minus or v plus. And you don't have to get the exact velocity, you just have to give an estimate. And this estimate must be up to a factor, up to a constant of delta v. Well, what you can notice is when you knock on a pipe, you basically ask a question, you do a query, is the velocity bigger than v? So that's how we start a decision tree. You ask this question, is it bigger than v? Then you get either no or yes. Depending on the answer, you knock on a different place. 1 second later, you get no or yes. And you move on. And you move on until all these intervals are smaller than this error delta v. What you can, you can show that one optimal decision tree is of the following shape. It's sort of balanced, and the intervals are of the form the minimum velocity plus until the minimum velocity plus delta v. This one is delta v, minimum plus delta v plus until 2 times delta v, etc. And this is the last one. But there's one complication now. The pipe has a finite length. And that means, and you also have to know the velocity before it enters its exit. So the problem with this decision tree is that, well, even though it's nicely balanced, the flow might have left the pipe when you get here, which means you should have had this, this node higher up the tree, like this. And as a consequence, you will have the other nodes lower on the tree. So it might be that the decision tree looks like this. The question now is, how do you construct this tree? Well, it's a good observation that at the moment you fix these intervals of your final nodes, you also know the maximum depth of each of the intervals. The maximum depth is the length of the pipe divided by the maximum speed in that interval. So how higher the maximum, how higher the length, how deeper it can be, and how higher the maximum velocity, how less deep it can be. Well, now we know all the intervals, and we know the max depth of them. So suppose in this case, for this you get 3, 3, 3, 1 for the max depth. You can go on and construct the tree. The way to do it is, each time you take 2 of the nodes that are the deepest and combine them, add a query above them of level 1 less deep than the nodes, or than the minimum of the 2 nodes. So in this case you combine 2 3s into a 2. Then we have a 2, 3, 1 left. You combine a 2 and a 3 into a query. The query should be of depth 1. Depth 1 and 1 left. You combine these at something at level 0, and then you're done. Here is your decision tree. It's also possible that it's important that it cannot be done, that the depths of the nodes must be so low that this process does not finish. In that case, you should output impossible. And that's my explanation of pipe stream. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, and we're back here in the Flash Zone. We have a special guest here. Piotr Mitrovic has been to the ICPC before. Among other things, 10 years ago you walked away with a gold medal. A couple of years before that as well. So are you still involved, or how are you still involved?
So I'm being involved less and less with years. So this year my help to my alma mater, Moscow State University, was just giving a couple of advice, and that's it. Right now I'm mostly involved in organizing some other programming competitions.
And what do you do with the rest of your time? What's been your life after ICPC?
I got a job at Google, so I'm working there for more than 7 years now and like it a lot. Apart from that, I'm still participating in some other competitions in my free time because I still think it's a very good way to first to meet new friends and also to practice your problem-solving skills that actually turn out useful later at work.
One of the things I wanted to ask you, you won a gold medal 10 years ago. Do you think if they put you in a team this morning, you'd be able to repeat that this year?
We actually have a chance to compare because one of the competitions I'm still participating in during the year, I was competing against the top 2 teams here, the ITMO and Moscow State University. So I was getting roughly the same result as the Moscow team. So in my team, I'd probably fight for a gold medal, but still won't have a chance to win.
What has changed over the last 10 years?
I think a lot of improvement went to the tactics. So now teams are much more careful about what they do, not to waste the time doing things that could be avoided and stuff like that. So they are preparing really well these days.
And what do you think should change and what will change in the next few years?
One trend that happened in a lot of regional competitions, but not at the world finals yet, is introduction of some new type of problems where, for example, your program has to interactively answer questions instead of just giving one answer. So I think the direction will be to introduction of new types of problems in those competitions.
And what about the competition runs in Java and C? You tweeted earlier in the competition that only one of the top solutions had come in Java. Is there a change in languages that people use?
No, I don't think so. So this proportion has stayed roughly the same, so probably about 80% C++, 20% Java.
And how long has that been? I mean, 20 years ago, Java was quite new, right?
Yeah, I don't have any data on that, but I think it doesn't change much these days.
The other thing, you're a coach at Moscow, but you know quite a lot of the programmers on the floor, right? How many of the programmers do you actually know?
I have friends in all of the top teams because, as I said, we meet at other programming contests quite frequently. So, a lot of them.
And what do you think Moscow is going to do? Are they going to take over ITMO now that we can't see what's going on?
But before they turned off the screens where one could see the team's monitors, we could see that ITMO got 12 problems accepted and Moscow got 11 problems. So it's quite unlikely that ITMO will give up the win. Somebody needs to solve all 13 problems to beat them. So most likely ITMO is first and then Moscow is fighting for second place.
And if all the problems get solved, does that mean we need more problems or harder problems or just this change in problems that you're suggesting?
Well, if all problems get solved only like 5 minutes before the end, I don't think we need to change anything. I think this problem set is actually very exciting and it's also very well balanced in that teams get a choice. So some teams like geometry problems more, they can go for geometry problems. Some teams like more difficult mathematical problems, or some teams just like to implement long code without that much mathematical background. So there was everything, problem of any type, so everybody could find something they like.
And have you solved the problems while you've been following along?
No, actually not. So I didn't have that much time because there was a lot of happening, so I didn't try to solve the problems.
All right, thank you very much. Good luck to Moscow State, and we're back.
Hello, my name is Lukasz Placzek and I'm going to explain problem B called asteroids. And in this task we are given 2 polygons which move in constant speed. And our task is to find the biggest intersection. When they're going to move, they're going to intersect and we're going to find the biggest intersection. The first observation we should make is that we can hold one polygon still and only move the other one because speed is relative. So instead of moving this one with speed u and this one with speed v, we're going to consider this one moving both with speed v and minus u, so the opposite. And we're just going to add these speeds together. So we can consider the polygon moving towards up and left. And
the second observation is that there are some interesting events when we move the polygons. So when we focus on one point in a polygon, it's gonna enter the second polygon and then leave it at some point in time. And also for the opposite, so this point stays stationary, but then we move this polygon here, and at some point in time it's going to enter and leave the other polygon. And we would like to know first the first time they touch, and also when they touch, the intersection is going to increase and also decrease. And we also want to know the last time of touching. So we have all the interesting points, and for all of them we know when they happen. And we should find the one which is the earliest, also the one which was the last. It's going to be important later. The second or the third observation is that this is a function of area with respect to time, and we can observe that first these polygons are far away, so they don't touch. The area of intersection is 0, but then they get closer, and the area of this intersection goes up. At some point it reaches maximum, and then it decreases again. And there is only one maximum, which follows from the fact that the polygons are convex. And this is the first point when they touch, and this is the last one when they touch, which we already found before. So how do we compute the area of the intersection of these polygons? We can use the fact that intersection of two convex polygons is convex. And here you can see an example. So we have a pentagon and a triangle, and this is a convex polygon. And one way to find this polygon is to find all the corners of the intersection first. And all the corners are either vertices of the original polygons or intersections of two line segments. So we can find all the interesting points and then find the convex hull of this set, and we constructed our intersection. Watch out for some special cases. So in the case when they never intersect, you should print never, but if they only touch, the area is 0, as in the case of never touching, but you should write the time of when they touch. And if you're interested in knowing more about this problem, we also give a reference to a scientific paper which also has a formal proof why there's only one maximum on the function. Thanks for your attention.
Hello, we're back to our cozy studio with ICPC Deputy Executive Director John Denahue. We actually have John on stage closing the contest in 5 minutes. And Jeff is here with us, Jeff Denahue. And we have our correspondent who's been tirelessly working on food, 5 hours, you know, never is, I was sitting, he was standing. Now we get him this chair so he can relax, you know.
It's nice in here. Actually, it's nice out there. I get to go out and see the people, see what's happening, and that's a lot of fun too.
So you're a deputy executive director. Does it mean you don't have anything to do, like just here?
I sleep most of the contest, but I do a good job sleeping, so it's really my expertise.
I see.
So,
good job. I mean,
thank you.
As you slept, it was all going really well.
My sleeping has really helped things work out well. The contest has gone great. It's been a battle from the beginning.
So happy.
So I'll sleep next year too, and it'll be great again.
Good, good. So happy to hear that. Though this year you actually, unfortunately, you had to do some job, you know, at the opening, and you know, you still participate in ceremonies.
I still participate.
Yeah,
did a little bit. And it's been a lot of fun. This has been a great World Finals from the very beginning. The contest floor is beautiful, and then the tent, the Palmeraie tent, decorated in Moroccan style, is just beautiful. It's been a lot of fun putting this contest together and executing it. And the host is amazing. I mean, they have worked tirelessly.
The host has been good. I'd also like to congratulate you on dreaming up the weather. I mean, it's pretty nice here.
Controlling the weather is one of the harder problems we have to solve putting on a World Finals, but we managed to do it here. And I'm going to give most of the credit to the host. About 30% was ICPC core team, and the host 70% they fixed the weather. So congratulations to them.
Do you have a chance to actually watch the contest?
Not much. I'm actually I really didn't get to sleep, like I said earlier. I've been pretty busy during the contest, so I've only been able to watch pieces of it. But I've been keeping up with it on my mobile phone and watching to see how things are going. So it's been exciting to watch on the scoreboard.
Oh yeah, Charles, you interviewed a few people. They were watching the contest. The people who you interviewed.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the people, because the flash zone is out near where the people can watch. There's people following along and they're watching, and you can hear when a problem came in. The cheers from one little section of the crowd as their team got another problem. So there's 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, 2 minutes to go. We'll soon see the hall with balloons, and somebody should come on stage to close it in 2 minutes. When this moment, like you've been, how many World Finals you've been? Do you remember?
Let's see. My first World Finals was back in Vancouver in 2001. So it's been however how many years that's been. It's been a while, and it's been a lot of fun. It's been a great experience. I got tricked into doing this by Bill Poucher, which I assume is most people's stories. He just casually invited me to come to the 2001 World Finals, and here I am in 2015. But it's been a lot of fun. It's been a great ride.
Oh yeah.
We see people scrambling. There's like 1 minute and they're still coding away.
They're still, I mean, the battle happens always less to a lot of minutes.
This has been a fight from the very beginning. I mean, the record time in solving a problem, I think, at any World Finals, 5 minutes, just amazing.
Oh yeah, we heard the head judge. He put us on the board that they specifically made an easy problem this year. So and they were right. I mean, all the teams solved it. So we see the final countdown. 40 seconds. That's really close. I mean, I bet people still frantically trying to do something
I'm
out there.
sure they are frantically trying to add that last semicolon and call that last function and get it just right. And hopefully some people will submit here at the very end and keep an exciting contest.
We saw Gennady not doing anything right there on the floor, but it's over for him. But I mean, we have 12 medals this year, so there's lots of bragging rights to compete for.
Exactly, and we have the regional championship, so there's lots left to be determined in this last part of the contest, and just 4 seconds to go.
3, 2, 1. Oh!
The contest floor.
So many World Finals. I mean, we asked Bill whether he can remember it, and he failed on 2 of those. You definitely need some mental. So what for you? Like in 10 years, we'll make a joke and we'll show you.
Yeah, I'll be on the hot seat.
Yeah, you'll be on the hot seat. We'll be asking you, can you remember? So for you, what you think right now? What you will remember about Marrakesh? What like one of few things that will stand out because each contest is separate.
Right, they're all so unique. I think the main thing here is that it's really the story of how 15, 16 years ago, Sidi Ali met Bill Poucher in Germany at a regional contest, and he instantly recognized the opportunity that this could provide students from this region, and he really created this contest in North Africa and the Middle East, and then to watch that grow from 8 teams at Lackawanna University to hosting the World Finals. I just think that is that's a powerful story, but it's a story that you hear over and over and over again in the ICPC. So that's probably my favorite part of this World Finals, to see it come from 8 teams 15 years ago to here with 128 teams on the World Finals floor, and now drawn to a conclusion.
So thank you for that, and we'll be coming off an air. I'm tired, so I don't want to sit here anymore.
Well, you should sleep during the contest.
Yeah, I can. So I will thank you. you Jeff, and Bill and you for, as you know, from executive committee from Baylor, that for being at the root of this contest, supporting it. And I want to thank the whole ICPC Live team that we have, our correspondent Charles, the whole team upstairs at the production studio that worked really tirelessly to make this broadcast possible, coded scoreboards, clocks, created content, scratched for videos, grabbed volunteers. That was hard though, people roaming around, so it was hard to grab.
It was an amazing amount of work, because I
so
know that
thanks everybody who did a tremendous amount of work to make this broadcast happen, and we're closing our studio, and with our studio we'll launch some interesting video after we close the studio, and then in an hour at 5, is it at 5?
At 5 o'clock?
At 5 o'clock there will be a closing ceremony where we will know who got the prizes, who got the medals, who got the regional champions medals. Stay on this channel, watch it, because in an hour it will be turned live translation from the closing ceremony venue. So stay on, goodbye, but please don't disconnect.
I'm Jacob LaPlante for ICPC News. We just finished up day 3 here in Marrakesh, Morocco for the 2015 ACM ICPC. Contest sponsor IBM took the lead this morning with the IBM Tech Trek. Contestants and their coaches heard more about the Blue Mix, IBM's development and deployment environment that powers services like Airbnb and many other innovative things. John Cohn, an artist and expert in design automation, showed several applications of the Internet of Things where data and devices coincide.
The combination of cheap hardware, any connectivity, and amazing intelligence, like the stuff that you're going to hear about with Watson next with Chris, makes it so that you can actually build anything, and you can start to change the world. You can start to change the physical world.
After lunch, contestants, coaches, and staff attended the opening ceremonies, officially opening this year's World Finals here in Marrakesh, Morocco.
I declare the 2015 ACM ICPC World Finals open, officially. Thank you very much.
Dinner was an amazing combination of food and local entertainment. Tomorrow will be a busy day for all involved with this year's finals, as the contestants visit the contest floor for the first time in the World Finals dress rehearsal. Follow the 2015 World Finals at ICPCnews.com and be sure to check out my ICPC.
Under the high patronage of His Majesty King Mohammed VI of Morocco, welcome to the 39th Annual ACM International Collegiate Programming Contest World Finals.
With this, I declare the 2015 ACM ICPC World Finals open, officially. Thank you very much.
Follow the 2015 World Finals at ICPCnews.com and be sure to check out my ICPC.
Well, it's good to know kind of more what to expect, like what the different events are and things like that. I mean, it's been great just to kind of know know what the flow is. I think last year I was kind of surprised that we have all this like setup and stuff like that before we actually do the contest. And now I kind of understand why we do that, because it's all the infrastructure required.
My team and I, we already have gone through many hundreds of contests, so the contest itself I don't think differs in any way, but the process is very special.
Well, last competition was very hard and very different from old competitions and from regional competitions, so that's one thing that we learned last year, and we try to prepare for different challenges this year.
When you arrive here for the first time, you're like anxious, nervous, that kind of things. So that helps a lot, being here once, and also have more experience, more practice. That also is very good, so it's a better team.
Follow the 2015 World Finals at ICPCnews.com and be sure to check out my ICPC.
Hi, I'm John Clevenger. I'm the Technical Director for the ICPC World Finals. Well, I'm in charge of the herd of cats that is responsible for creating the technical environment that the World Finals runs on. The group that we call Systems Operations, or SysOps for short, is responsible for creating the network, for designing and configuring, installing all of the computer systems that are used by the teams, by the judges, by all the system support personnel. And then our group also provides hardware and software interfaces to a wide variety of other groups, such as ICPC Live, ICPC Graphics, ICPC News, so that people can interface to the contest system. It's an all-year job. In fact, it's more than a year job. We're here in Marrakesh now for this week's World Finals 2015, but we've already started working on the 2016 World Finals. So it's about a 14-month cycle for preparation for each World Finals. The large hardware and software setup, the software that is developed for the World Finals is available for regional contests, and it's used at a variety of different regional contests. We actually use regional contests around the world as a test platform for each year's World Finals. In 1990, we began using our contest control system, and I've been involved in the World Finals every year since then. And in fact, some of the students who were part of that original team are here in Marrakesh with me today running the 2015 World Finals.
Follow the 2015 World Finals at ICPCnews.com and be sure to check out my ICPC.
We had student coach back at USC who helped us preparing for the contest and all that, but we don't have an on-site coach. So after that, I thought, I might as well become the on-site coach so that the contestants can concentrate on competing and I can help with the logistics and all that.
I'm always excited with ICPC, and when helping some other students to prepare to it, I always tell them how was my experience the years I was participating.
We give them some tips on what to do and what not to do during contests. For example, that they should not look at the ranking too often because this can distract them.
Once you get into the competitions, you know what are the matters in question of pressure, what makes you do mistakes on the competition, so you can try to make them happen in an actual practice in order to get a better result on the regionals, on the World Finals.
It's very important for a coach to understand the process, how it's going on the contest floor, because there are a lot of tricks, like which time you should consult the scoreboard, or something like that.
Make sure to be resilient, fight through the whole contest, make sure you know exactly, like regardless of what goes on, try to make it so that regardless of what day you're competing, you can give your best performance.
Follow the 2015 World Finals at ICPCnews.com and be sure to check out my ICPC.
We trained each week, sometimes several times a week. It was tough sometimes because we already have a job, but we've found some time for it.
We meet like once a week to solve some previous ACM ICPC competition, not World Finals, it could be any other regional ACM ICPC contest.
Mostly have arranged a weekly contest for our team, and then we would discuss the problem solutions.
We have been preparing since the beginning of this year, and we had 1 or 2 virtual contests every week.
We participated in 4 training camps, like most Russian teams, and there are everyday contests.
Our team is quite new. I think we just participate in this formation for half a year, just like all of us have been to the World Finals before, but in different teams. And I don't think I feel too much pressure.
Our university have 3 champions in the past, so I'm very pressured as a team leader of this year.
We do better when we leave all the performance, all the pressure away. So before the contest, we just try to stay calm and just to do what we can do, to forget about the pressure.
Follow the 2015 World Finals at ICPCnews.com and be sure to check out my ICPC.